Whoops. Okay, it's 7 o'clock, so I'm going to call the Town Council meeting of February 7th, 2023 to order. Clerk, could you please take the attendance?
Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Councilmember Hudas?
Here.
Vice Mayor Badami?
Here.
Mayor Rista?
Here. Thank you. If we could roll our video on our meeting rules of decorum.
That the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at town council meetings. 4. All public comments at the town council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you. Our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance, so I would like to call Isabella Burlinson up. Okay, so we have a very wonderfully enthusiastic and involved ninth grader from Los Gatos High School who's going to lead the pledge today. There are so many things on here. Isabella's favorite subjects are art and drawing, painting and watercolor. She loves math, science, and English, loves to write stories about her life as a teenager. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Her school and home life, and things she loves to do. And she enjoys doing, and it makes her happy to watch YouTube and veterinarian shows on Disney because she wants to be a veterinarian when she grows up. All right, I'll bring my cat over to see you sometime. Okay. She loves to write notes and do physics and fun, challenging, hard scientific formulas. She also does community service, helps others when they need it. That's really important. And if they're struggling, feeling down or lonely, I love to help my friends. Classmates, peers in my community recently made goodie bags for the firefighters near my house to thank them for their service and for being there to protect us. Wow. All right, we could all take some notes from Isabella on how to be a model citizen. All right, are you ready to lead the pledge?
Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Okay, first of all, you get to shake hands with all the council members. Thank you. Thank you. And then come back this way. We got 2 more, and I have something for you. Okay, and then you get this, and we'll take a picture. It is always great to start a really long meeting on a happy note. So thank you for launching us so well. All right. Our next item will be council and manager matters. And so I will start with Councilmember Moore. If you want to update us on things of interest to the community that you've been doing since our last regular meeting.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. So since our last meeting, actually right after our last regular meeting, I attended the Cal Cities Conference in Sacramento, which was a really, really good experience. This is a conference in Sacramento for all the new elected officials from all of Northern California, or new council members. And so we discussed really important topics like the attributes of strong councils, which I think we have many, best practices in government finance and accounting, and how best to work with our town staff, among a lot of other topics. I also got to spend time with a lot of our other Bay Area council members and mayors and discussed initiatives and ways we can work together regionally. So that was a really great experience. I finished touring our town facilities and meeting our town staff with town manager Laurel Provetti. So thank you for showing me around. It was great. I've lived in this town my whole life, and there were a bunch of places I had never been. So I really enjoyed that. I recently attended the inauguration of our new sheriff, Bob Johnson, and as did our police chief, Jamie Fields. It's good to see our representation there. Sheriff Johnson focused on a number of different topics, but one of the things he really spoke about was respect for that role and how we need to respect ourselves in positions of power. And so it was really powerful, and I think he's going to be a really good person to be in that role. Along with 2 of my council colleagues, I attended the plant-based empowerment talk yesterday. I met with staff from Senator Alex Padilla's office and staff from Congresswoman Anna Eshu's office to discuss ways that we can work with our federal partners. So that was really productive. And then tomorrow I have the Silicon Valley Clean Energy meeting where I'm standing in for Councilmember Rob Rennie and the Sanitation District as well. So thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. On January 23rd, I attended the Council Policy Committee meeting as an attendee. On January 31st, I met with the Chamber of Commerce, that would be with Catherine Summers here tonight, and Jim Foley. We discussed our strategic priorities as identified by the Council, and with the discussion by the Chamber on their strategic priorities, as well as incoming businesses to our downtown. On February 1st, I met with Tom Pecrow, also here in the audience, and Maureen Heath, also here in the audience, of our Senior Services Committee. We discussed the senior roadmap that is on our agenda tonight as item number 16. On February 2nd, I attended the board meetings for both West Valley Clean Water and Solid Waste Management Authorities. The Clean Water Board authorized a public opinion poll to measure community support for a potential increase in stormwater property-related fees. For Los Gatos, that rate increase could be as much as $47 annually, increasing our current rate from about $20 to $67 per year. On February 6th, I also attended a presentation on food empowerment, as did Councilmember Moore, as sponsored by our plant-based advocates. I learned about the power of food choices, abuse of animals in our food system, and depletion of our natural resources. And I was enlightened to choose ethical chocolate, vegan, cruelty-free, from child labor and slavery. And as a reminder, Tuesday's Valentine's Day, so enjoy chocolate that's ethical and share the love.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. I also attended the food empowerment discussion, and I've met with several residents since the last meeting also, including Mr. Pecrow, somebody from NUMU, the Chamber, and some others. On 119, I attended the VTA Policy Advisory Committee, which I'm appointed to by the mayor. I'd say the most significant thing that occurred was I was elected chair for 2023, and Yvonne Martinez Beltran was elected vice chair for 2023. On 125, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District Board met, of which I'm appointed from the Santa Clara County Cities Association. They also met again on February 1st. Both board meetings were fairly uneventful, mostly consent items and then some closed sessions. On 126, I attended our all-employee breakfast. And on 126, I also attended the Cities Association board meeting. Mostly we worked on some ideas for our subcommittees to break out and work on over the year. On 127, the VTA board had a workshop. I'm an alternate to the board appointed by the West Valley mayors, and mostly it was training for new board members, so pretty much a review for me. On 127, I also attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Executive Committee, which is a new committee for that, appointed by the mayor to the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority. And on 127, I attended a League of Cities event in Redwood City. Covered that. February 2nd, the VTA had a board meeting instead of a workshop. I attended again as an alternate and reported as the PAC chair to the meeting on what the PAC covered that week. And on 2/6, I attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy again, the risk oversight committee meeting, which was mostly a training for new risk oversight committee members this year. And that's it.
That's it, huh? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. Over the course of the last couple of weeks, I've had a number of meetings with the Senior Services Committee and many working sessions, people who were drafting and preparing the report that came out to the committee. And that's an agenda item for later this evening. And so in addition to that, I participated in the Valley Water Commission. This was an interesting meeting because we were starting to get some data about the status of the drought. And it does look like things are turning around, but no one is declaring victory at this point. And conservation measures are still being recommended. A lot of discussion about the effects of increased water supply and the potential impacts on rates as well, with many of the capital projects that are being queued up for improving the reliability of our water supply. Let's see, I guess the other meetings that I've had, I observed the Community Health and Senior Services Commission meeting, and then let's see, I attended a meeting with the Saratoga Area Senior Organization and had some additional ideas for meeting with him, and then I also met with the Chamber of Commerce. So that's pretty much it, bringing us up to tonight.
Okay, thank you. I won't go through my whole calendar, but on the same date that Councilmember Hudes was covering for me for Valley Water, our town manager, Laurel Pravetti, and I were at the West Valley Mayors and Managers meeting. So once a month, the mayors and the managers from our West Valley cities, that would be Campbell, Monte Sereno, Saratoga, Cupertino, and Los Gatos, meet to discuss areas where we can collaborate and issues of commonality. And so we were mostly setting what would be the topics we discussed for the year. And some of the things that came up was connectivity in terms of bike paths, talking about public transit, talking about potentially gun safety at home, and a potential for rails to trails with the Lehigh cement plant closing. And so just a bunch of things that are of interest to our 5 cities and working together, or our town and those 4 cities. I also had the pleasure of attending the all-employee breakfast, which I think was the first time in 2 years or 3 years that all the employees had been together, and had the privilege of serving breakfast to over 100 employees who were able to make it. So that was great. And I got to serve the vegan dish, so feeling a little superior, although I wasn't as popular as former assistant manager Andrews, who was serving the bacon. I've been following the Mid-Penn Highway 17 overcrossing project since 2016, attending those meetings. And there was just a meeting last week to update us on what's happening. So in collaboration with the town of Los Gatos, plus Caltrans, plus a whole group of organizations, Mid-Penn is putting together the plans for where we'll have a wildlife undercrossing under Highway 17, kind of near Trout Creek on the Los Gatos side of 17. And then there will also be an overcrossing for hikers, cyclists, and equestrians. And they're zeroing in on one of 2 locations there. What's even more exciting about that, besides the fact that people will not risk getting killed by hitting a deer or swerving around a mountain lion, and we won't be losing wildlife, and they'll be able to connect in their habitats, it'll connect people to more open spaces. There's going to be some additional trail work done, which is really exciting. They're looking at connecting Sanborn County Park, El Sereno Preserve, Lexington Reservoir Park, St. Joseph's Hill Preserve, Sierra Azul Preserve, and Almond and Quicksilver Park, all with some additional trail connections when this goes through. So I might have to get back into mountain biking because I'll never be able to hike that. I was on a call. I know that I believe Councilmember Moore was also there, but the town is partnering with the high school district and the elementary district. I don't know, is our manager going to be talking about that? Okay, so we're collaborating with them on creating positive community norms, and it's a year-long journey to work on lifting us up, talking about what the positive community norms are, modeling that, partially in the hopes of decreasing underage drinking and other inappropriate behavior. So it was a good kickstart, and looking forward to moving forward on that. The fun part of being mayor is I get to do ribbon cuttings. And so I was at a ribbon cutting for Golden State Dermatology on Knowles. Really beautiful new office, fantastic moms who are dermatologists there. I had a ribbon cutting at Specialized Los Gatos, our newest bike shop in town. So interestingly enough, we now have 3 bike shops and 3 car dealerships. So you do the math. Which way are we going? And then the Los Gatos Theater, which was really a highlight because, you know, this is the town's theater. We have an operator, and the ribbon cutting that night was just a huge celebration of all the things that keep our downtown vibrant and help us feel like a small town. There's nothing like a small town feeling than having our own theater. And I've now been to 3 movies, so I hope people will take advantage of this beautiful new space and have some popcorn. And then finally, over the month, I've been living at all the different coffee shops, meeting with various commissioners, residents, stakeholders, people who are interested. So, I think a third of the people that are in the audience have met with me this month, and probably quite a few people on TV. So, keep giving me your input, and, we'll move forward. Thank you. Manager?
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome the public and any council members who would like to observe the next Housing Element Advisory Board, which is scheduled for Thursday, February 16th. We will continue to work through the comments from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting there. Hold on. Okay, so now I'll turn it over to Councilmember Rennie because he has an announcement. We had a Finance Commission opening, and because of the unusual way that commission is constructed, each council member appoints a person, unlike our other commissions.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, my appointee had to resign before the end of his appointed number of years for personal reasons, and we missed the usual appointment time in December. So we did re-advertise, and I met with Linda Reiner and found that she's extremely well qualified. And she is in the audience today, so a new face that we haven't seen around too much. So I will appoint Linda Reiner to replace Ron Dickel on our Finance Commission.
Thank you, council member. And, I think we all thank Commissioner Dickel for his service, and, we appreciate the work he's done with the Finance Commission, and I'm excited to meet you, Linda, and thank you for stepping up and joining this commission. Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda, first of all, I'm not going to tell you this for sympathy because I feel fine, but I had gum surgery last Friday and I'm recovering from it, and I have a device in my mouth to protect the roof of my mouth, the stitches, and so I will try very carefully to speak clearly, but it's a bit of a challenge. So I apologize, and feel free to ask me to repeat myself if I'm unclear. Anyway, on to our consent items. So we have a number of items on the consent calendar that are considered fairly straightforward. What we do is any member of the community can speak on the consent calendar as a whole. If anyone would like to speak on any of these items. I don't have any cards for that, and hold on. And I see a hand on Zoom, although I'm having trouble finding it. Hold on. Okay, and do we have someone in the audience who wanted to speak on the consent calendar? Okay, bring your card up and leave a go and come forward. You have 3 minutes to speak on any or all items on the consent calendar.
Good evening, council members and community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. The item I wanted to discuss was, or propose that you consider, perhaps in a different context, is item number 9. And this is the town purchasing back 137 Bersana Lane in town, which was originally Los Gatos town-owned property that was sold at below market rate to an individual. And that individual is now selling it back to the town. Reading the data, it appears that the owner, who was able to purchase the property several years ago at below market rate pricing from the town, will now gain about $95,000 in profit, net of the town paying about $92,000 for the repairs, homeowners association fees, and the taxes that that homeowner did not pay while they owned the property. So to me, it's the wrong message to the community to let her profit from our taxes. And instead of gaining that profit, it should be a zero net gain to her, considering those issues of how she managed the property under her ownership. The other concern I have is that it is the mission of the town to help support affordable housing where and how it's possible. And this was one of those properties, kind of unique in its location. And I think it's an ideal property for that type of management, below market rate housing. In the future, however, I would suggest that the town consider renting rather than selling any of these types of properties. And that way, the rent, it allows the less financially burdensome continuation of ownership by the town of those properties, and enabling more people to more reasonably reside in those properties at below market rate. So please consider that in the future, and not do the sale of these types of properties, but rather renting them out. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question for our town manager or our staff. It's my understanding that we do not own any of the below market housing. It's part of our inclusionary process, and the developer creates it and sells it, or I don't want to get into a big discussion, but can we clarify a point there?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. No, the town does not own any of these units. We are purchasing this unit back so that it can be rehabilitated, so that it can be sold again to a new income qualified resident.
Okay, thank you. I don't see, oh no, I see some hands on Zoom apparently to speak on the consent items. So I see two people with their hands up. If you're not speaking on these consent items, put your hand down. Okay, I will call on, okay, I saw a hand go down. Whoop. Okay, both hands went down. I think they want to speak on other items. Okay, perfect. Are there any council members who wanted to pull a consent item or make a comment? Councilmember Rennie.
I think it's worth pulling item number 9. I think it's written in a way that's a little bit confusing, and we should clarify a little bit. So if we could pull that and have it at the end of our agenda.
Okay, so item number 9 will come after item number 19. All right, Councilmember Hudes.
I have a question on item 6, if I may.
Okay, if it's a simple question.
Yeah. Looking at the finances of this, and I believe there was a desk item about it, it seems as though the project cost is $250,000 plus $87,000, but the project is more than that. It's $703,000, which means that there'll be $367,000 remaining. What will happen to that balance, and why was it included in the first place?
Director Burnham will answer that question.
Good evening, everybody. Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. Thanks for that clarifying question. I realize this project's a little bit complicated. The project itself was actually identified and funded through GFAR early on, and there was multiple improvements that need to be made in the building. And then we got grant funding. So the grant funding actually will supplant the GFAR, but the grants are reimbursement grants. So we need to pay the contractors and then using the GFAR, and then we'll submit for reimbursement to the grant programs, and that money will then be replaced. And then when it comes back into the GFAR, we'll repurpose it to other ADA required improvements. We're already in design for parking lot enhancements and path of travel improvements.
Okay, thank you. I don't have a need to pull the item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So given that, does anybody have comments, a motion? Councilmember Rennie.
I'll make a motion to approve our consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 12, excluding item 9.
Councilmember Moore?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I just wanted to make a quick comment, thanking the library. They received a grant for $43,500, and this is for improvements in the children's library area primarily. And it's always great when good work that we're doing is recognized and we can get funding to do even more good work. So thank you and congratulations. So no further comments. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? So the motion passes unanimously. We have approval of the consent items except for item number 9. Then, let's see. I'll now go to verbal communications. So this is a part of the meeting where members of the public can speak to us either in person or on Zoom, and realize you can also always write to us, so we appreciate that. And this is for any item that is not on tonight's agenda. We can hear from you. So I have a hand raised on Zoom, plus I have some cards. So I'll start with the Zoom, and that is Alicia. You should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hello. Leo Sanchimanyavu, my name is Alicia, and po Alicia Tayak. I tried to speak earlier on item 19. I'm not sure if I did this correctly. I think maybe that was just 1 through 12, but I wanted to just quickly speak on
item
the libraries.
19 has not been heard yet. So if you want to speak on 19, you'll have to wait till we get to that point in the agenda.
Okay, I apologize. I'll wait.
No,
Thank
that's
you.
okay. No apologies. Yeah, so we are having verbal communications, and then we will be moving to item 13 and taking everything in order. So we'll hear from you later. Thank you. I see a hand raised for Falaki Phillips.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and other townspeople. My name is Falake Phillips, and I am a community organizer here in Los Gatos. It has come to my knowledge that last week, an armed man walked into the library to threaten staff, supposedly carry out a citizen's audit, and claim children and teens are being damaged because of public posts put out to celebrate and create more public education and awareness about Black History Month, something that is long overdue in the community anyway. I was shocked to learn that this incident was never reported. It is my understanding that as a public entity, the library and the town are meant to report this sort of incident. At best, someone like me who is of African descent and an immigrant is going around town feeling more safe than I really should be because this wasn't reported and people are trying to sweep this under the carpet. And this is not acceptable. I would love to know why this incident wasn't reported to the public and who is behind this decision. I would love to know the wolves in sheep's clothing that could be a friend to me because I'm very upset, disappointed, and don't know who to trust at this point in this community. I have proof of this incident occurring and would listen to advice carefully on next steps if nothing is said or shared publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. I think our town manager wants to weigh in here.
Thank you. I think staff needs to follow up with Ms. Phillips because we do not know exactly what incident is being referred to. We have received other public comment on this, and I just want to assure the public that all of our buildings are safe, and when there are incidents that need attention, our staff are trained to handle it in a very respectful way. The public may not know how it was resolved, but we strive for the safety of all members of our community. So with this, we will follow up with Ms. Phillips to understand more about what information she has, and then we'll follow up accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Phillips. I have cards now. There's one I'm not sure about. It says open, but it also says senior services. So I'm not sure if it's for item 16. Joseph Enns. Are you speaking on senior services? Okay, okay. You have 3 minutes. Come forward to the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Fine town. Where do I start? The homeless people. I'm with also a community organizer for Friends of the Los Gatos Creek. I started trying to work with that with Mariko a long time ago. Things fell apart. I'm back there though. I'm not homeless, but we've got a lot of displaced homeless from the camps and stuff, and they're all kind of living by Ballsborough Field. And what I'm trying to do is generate just somebody from the town. I'm an ex-City of Santa Cruz employee parks worker, by the way, so it's kind of what I enjoy doing. And we got a great creek, and it needs to be cleaned up really bad now. But having the homeless there now, I'm just trying to get 2 trash cans around a little bit from Ballsborough Creek. So if I could work with the town manager or anybody, I'll be here every other Tuesday now, working on this stuff because I've got nothing better to do. No. And I guess that's all I'm saying. So I'll be with Friends of the Los Gatos Creek, and the old Friends of the Los Gatos Creek hopefully will reassemble again because I know they're out there somewhere, and I'm using the name, and I'm on Facebook, and I'm Joe. Thank you very much, Joe Enns.
Thank you. And we'll follow up as we can. Our next speaker is Nate Vandergert.
Good evening. Thanks for hearing from me. I'm Nate Vandergrift, and I'm the spokesperson for all of the residents of Lower Overlook Road. During our last council meeting, I shared the severe damage that 2 trees did as they fell across Overlook Road. As a reminder, these trees took out a power pole, totaled both our vehicles, blocked Overlook Road, and families were left without power and access to their homes for 4 days. The result was over $400,000 in damages to property and more importantly, they exacerbated the concern of the Overlook residents have had for many years regarding the safety of these trees. At the last meeting, I also shared the risk that now exists after the root system was exposed and revealed the tree's weak, compromised root structure. The 18 remaining 150-foot tall trees tower over a dozen homes to the north, 31 condo units, and 3 townhomes to the south, a highly populated area. These trees have reached their lifespan, and over the years, with the lack of upkeep, these trees have been unchecked and are extremely hazardous to the families that live, walk, and drive on Overlook Road. Many of the residents that support the removal of these trees are here tonight. I'd like you guys to stand to show your support here. Thank you. There is a heightened concern about the additional trees falling, and it's combined with the fact that these trees are an extreme fire hazard, not only for the residents living under them, but also for the hundreds of residents that live on Upper Overlook Road. They rely on Lower Overlook Road to evacuate in case of a fire. If one of these trees fell across the road during a fire, residents would not be able to escape through the fire through Overlook Road to access the designated evacuation roads. So after the last meeting on January 24th, I did connect with Mr. Rob Stump, and he agreed that there is a need to remove these eucalyptus trees. Also, last time there was mention of the town of Los Gatos 31-mile roadway vegetation management plan. We obtained a copy of that plan that Mr. Stump helped champion, and after reviewing the plan, discovered that Lower Overlook Road is part of that 31-mile plan and is a major road that feeds into critical evacuation paths. In this document, it defines Lower Overlook Road as a, quote, a roadway of high concern, and it states that vegetation clearing activity should include, quote, removing all non-fire resistant vegetation located within 10 feet of roadways. Vegetation to be removed includes, but is not limited to, combustible vegetation such as eucalyptus trees, unquote. In addition, we have consulted with a well-known and respected arborist, Ian Gatos, and will be receiving a written report that recommends the removal of the trees on Lower Overlook Road. We hope the high level of concern regarding these dangerous trees has convinced the council to prioritize the removal and allocate the funds in the 2023 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandergrift. I believe we're intending to agendize this in March. Our town manager can speak to this. We discussed it.
Yes, March 21st, we welcome the Overlook residents and anyone else who cares about the Overlook eucalyptus to please join us for that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jordan Chan.
Hi, thank you for hearing from me today. My name is Jordan, and I'm a student at Los Gatos High School. Last December, hang on, can I move this?
Yeah, you can take that out if you.
Never mind. Last December, I was very inspired by representatives who came forward here to advocate for greater recognition of Native American Heritage Month on the town calendar and on social media as well. And I was also pleased to hear that the town of Los Gatos will continue working towards honoring people of different backgrounds and identities through its equity plan. This February, I wanted to advocate for greater recognition of Black History Month by the town of Los Gatos. One example of this could be through the town website and social media accounts, such as the Los Gatos Chamber Instagram, which has talked about different holidays, including Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Diwali, and Lunar New Year in the past few months. As a Chinese person, I remember that the simple act of seeing Lunar New Year recognized was quite meaningful to me because it represented how people like myself are seen and celebrated in my own community, which is definitely very important for a person of color. And I want to ensure that other individuals, particularly Black and Indigenous people of color, can feel seen through inclusive initiatives and small acts such as this one, which end up being more impactful than some people might anticipate. I already saw how some pictures from Black History Month and how it's being celebrated at the Los Gatos Public Library were reposted on the Town of Los Gatos Instagram, and I'm looking forward to seeing more small acts of service such as this one. Thank you.
Thank you. And item 19 on tonight's agenda will cover how we observe various holidays and events in our social media. So if you want to stick around, we'll be discussing that at the end of the day. Okay, and I have a hand on Zoom. I'll get back to that. My final card that I have here is for Lindley Kerr Hogan.
regarding a 1964 law case, New York Times versus Sullivan and free speech. The Supreme Court, in an opinion written by Justice William Brennan, reviewed the matter against the background of a profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. The court's decision was unanimous, 9-0, making California's Senate Bill 1100 unconstitutional. What this means is we, the people who hired you and to whom you report, may hurt your feelings all we want with the truth when we see our representatives not representing us and when we have a complaint. We, the longtime residents of Los Gatos, are not racists. We've gotten along for generations without racialism or racism playing a part in our town. We want to keep it that way. We don't like racists. We don't want our representatives to be racist or radical in their beliefs about race. We want our representatives to represent the people currently living in Los Gatos. We do not want you representing people who do not currently live here. We do not want you representing us by our skin color, for all skin colors deserve to be represented equally as human and nothing but human. Webster's New World Dictionary defines racialism as a doctrine or feeling of racial differences or antagonism, especially with reference to supposed racial superiority, inferiority, or purity, radical prejudice, hatred, or discrimination. One solid example of racism or racialism I read recently in a Mercury News article was Council Member Rob Moore stating, "Our council is all white, and our staff is largely pretty white. So I think we have a lot of blind spots," Moore said. "I think putting in these institutional systems like a commission that can systematically bring in non-white folks, people that are underrepresented in Los Gatos, will be really helpful." This is a racist comment, if ever I have heard one, Mr. Moore. You clearly hate your white constituents, the majority of Los Gatans, and we should be loving everybody, as you persecute us and discriminate against us because we are white like you. The skin color of our representatives and our residents should not matter, but their character and reputation should. Mr. Moore, did people in Los Gatos vote for you because you are white? Did they vote for you because your skin color makes you superior? Are you aware that you and your supporters are racist and hypocrites? Don't be a racist, Mr. Moore. Thank you.
Okay, that was my last card, and I have a hand on Zoom, so I'll call on Raven.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
I just have a quick question. You guys kept referencing one of the first speakers as Phillips, and the last name is Falaki. And when Ms. Falaki was talking about the library incident, she was not answered. Basically, you said that somebody would discuss it with her because, if I remember correctly, people are trained to deal with situations. I think something like that. My question is in regard to that, because it raised a little red flag for me, is does this mean, I'm not saying this happened at the library or anything like that, I'm just asking the question, if somebody comes into a store or a government office or a public space with a weapon, there doesn't have to be a police report about it? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Right now it's verbal communication, so we take your comments, but if it's not agendized, we don't discuss it. We can follow up if you have a specific question for staff, or you can email us. But this is not a time for discussion. I don't. Okay, thank you. I saw one more card. Is that for verbal communication or another item? Okay, thank you. Beverly?
It's a little high for me. You guys, okay, I'm short. I'm not beneath it. Okay, I'm going to talk about this flood that just happened, and it attained to everybody, their homes, your basements. People didn't have a place to go, no power.
I suggest that you guys really clearly think tonight about love, loving yourselves first and your neighbors. A cold weather shelter, emergency shelter should be in place. You can get a grant from the state. They offered it 2 years ago. And I did go to a meeting a couple years ago about that before the flood. And I feel really bad for people because we've been outside freezing. A friend of mine had hyperthermia. That flood was on Facebook. I showed pictures. This is not Cambodia. This is Los Gatos, I put. And it was a great picture of the creek and everything flooding. That was a horrific, and it really was, everybody got affected. Everybody.
Oh, if you can direct the council.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
That's okay.
You got
We just want to see
affected.
you and hear you.
Rob, his girlfriend, works for West Valley Community Services. She was affected. They helped a lot of people, Rob and his girlfriend. And everybody knows what happened. Poor Santa Cruz. But please, get something opened for the neighbors, for you, for me, for Marcos, and other homeless that was severely flooded. FEMA is going to come help the state and Los Gatos if they apply for disaster relief through FEMA, and they'll get a paper with a number, which I received, and they can mail it back, and the state, the governor, is going to give money for Los Gatos and their homes. I don't know how fast, but so I really, please understand that I'm aging from all this stuff, and I really tried to help people. And the homeless had a meeting with West Valley today, which was a great meeting, but suggest that everybody's affected emotionally by this, by seeing people homeless. And we're locals, Campbell, Saratoga people that grew up here, and they don't want to leave Los Gatos because they have roots here, and they like Los Gatos. It's beautiful, the lights. But you know what? Really, they need to have some common sense about caring about people. You know, love one another as yourself. It's so important. If you don't love yourself, you're not going to love others. Everybody in this room, all of you. We don't want to be hypocrites. That word hypocrite. You know, like if somebody doesn't take a step forward to help people, then we lose. And then nobody shops here. And it's like dead, you know? And I know because I'm doing flyers for companies now, but we really need to care about your family and the people around you. And then this community is going to get great again. You know, fundraise with the police department, Jamie. They could do a policeman's ball.
Thank you. You get one more
make money.
sentence.
Okay, and the firemen can. These people deserve awards. They've gone way out of their way to help the homeless. But you know what? We still need to care about people and take that step forward to doing just a small place for people to keep warm and people in their homes.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. I don't want to cut
Thank
you
you.
off, but we are going to be having a conversation. Our town manager can expand on this, but this is an item before the council coming up.
Yes, on March 7th, we would like to have a conversation with our council about our unhoused, and we're working to invite various experts to join us in that conversation.
But the people in their homes need a place to go too.
Okay.
That's not right. If they're flooded out and have no power, you should have an emergency service.
Thank you. Sorry, we do have a packed agenda. I don't want to be insensitive, but we do have to focus on tonight's agenda and then work through each thing as we get to it. All right, so at this point, I have no more cards, I have no more hands, so we're closing verbal communications. And we are moving to our first item, which is item number 13. And I'll turn that over to our town attorney.
Thank you. So this item pertains to a proposed amendment to the town's subdivision ordinance and then a corresponding provision in the zoning code. It addresses parcel mergers. Currently, the town has a provision that provides for automatic parcel mergers under certain circumstances, which is preempted by the State Subdivision Map Act. And so this amendment is intended to bring the town's code into conformance with the MAP Act, since that's what applies in any event. And so staff is asking that the council introduce the ordinance tonight and waive the first reading. And once introduced, the ordinance would return at the next town council meeting. And if adopted, it would take effect 30 days after adoption. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. If any council members have questions before I open it to public comment? Seems pretty straightforward. I don't have any cards on this item. I don't see any hands up on Zoom. Nobody wants to speak on this item? It's okay. It seems straightforward. All right, thank you. I'll close the public comment and open this to council members. Council member Hudes.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Is there any way that this deviates from state law, or is it completely consistent with state law?
It's written to match state law, and we thought about simply including a cross-reference to state law, but we thought it would be helpful to property owners to see the language in the town code.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Badami.
This seems pretty straightforward. It's administrative in nature and overdue, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we introduce a proposed ordinance amending Chapter 24 subdivision regulations and Chapter 29 zoning regulations of the town code regarding town-initiated parcel mergers.
Thank you. We have a motion. Councilmember Hudes.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed? The motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
And I'd like to read the title of the ordinance.
Yes, please.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos amending Chapter 24 subdivision regulations and Chapter 29 zoning regulations of the Town Code regarding town-initiated parcel mergers.
Thank you. Okay, that completes item 13, and now we'll move to our other business, which starts with item 14, which is the Valley Transportation Authority, our VTA proposed changes to Route 27, and we have our Transportation and Mobility Manager here with a report. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tracy Wang. I am the Transportation and Mobility Manager for the Town of Los Gatos. We have a few slides we'd like to pull up. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the VTA bus route 27 operates from Campbell down to Los Gatos and then to South San Jose. It is the only route that operates through downtown Los Gatos and currently serves a daily average of over 470 Saturday and over 250 Sunday passengers, of which between 2 to 7 weekend passengers a day are from the town. Increasing weekend traffic in downtown Los Gatos is causing delays to the entire service route, and buses can no longer keep to the schedule regardless of time allotted, and often run over 30 minutes late. Next slide, please. To improve service reliability, VTA will be rerouting their bus starting April 29th, 2023, to run on Saratoga Los Gatos Road instead of operating on the congested downtown streets of Santa Cruz, Main, and University. VTA would also add one weekend bus stop on eastbound Saratoga Los Gatos Road between Santa Cruz and University. There will be no change to weekday service, and there is no impact anticipated for Los Gatos High School riders. This change is expected to impact between 2 to 7 weekend riders from Los Gatos who will need to board the bus at Los Gatos Saratoga Road and University or at Los Gatos and Fillmore/Caldwell. Next slide, please. This service change is categorized as a minor change by VTA and thus was not required to be reviewed by the VTA board. VTA plans to communicate the changes to the community in advance through various channels, and we do have a representative of VTA in attendance tonight, Janice Soriano Ramos, to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any quick questions from council members before I look to see if any members of the public want to speak on this item? Okay. I don't have any cards on this item. And now I've just lost the screen with my Zoom attendees. I don't see any hands raised. So I will close public comment on this item and turn to Councilmember Rennie.
I'd like to add a little color to the staff report. I've been a VTA board member or alternate board member for 6 years now, going into my 7th, so I'm pretty familiar with VTA. One of the issues, so VTA has a couple issues. Budget has always been tight. We did, before pandemic, we were reducing our service levels because we just didn't have the budget for it. The second issue that's been going on is over time, as it wasn't mentioned in the staff report, but it's pretty important to realize that over time the buses have taken longer and longer to do their routes. And if you want to keep up a bus route that comes every 30 minutes, if it takes longer for the bus before it can get around to the start, you have to add another bus in, another driver. So that means more money. And over the years, VTA estimates that, there are tens of millions of dollars more it costs them now. And so one of the big efforts that's going on right now at VTA is how do we speed up the buses? That, we can do things in town also by helping with things like signal prioritization. So when a bus comes, it doesn't have to wait, it goes right through. We could be more willing to change where bus stops are so they can get things done faster. We could, probably not in Los Gatos, some cities provide bus-only lanes so they can beat it through traffic. So these kinds of savings, this effort will actually save VTA money if they can speed up bus routes, because then a bus can get back around and the same driver and bus can do the route again instead of having to add another one and cost more money. This will either hopefully allow us, if we've increased these kinds of speeds and improvements, be able to add more service back. It was only a few years ago we reduced service in the Los Gatos area. So I recommend that this is a good idea to help VTA's mission of speeding up the buses so they ultimately can provide us more service.
Thank you. I was going to make a comment. I attended the Complete Streets and Transportation Committee meeting or commission meeting where VTA spoke there. And I know that our commissioners asked a lot of questions about how it would be possible to potentially retain service maybe in the wintertime when things aren't jammed up in the summer, because, we know what happens on the weekends in the summer sometimes. But I think there's quite a few. Well, first of all, we don't have a choice in the matter. We're just being told this is happening. And the things that come to mind are traffic in town was less of a problem when we had the 48 and 49 bus that just ran locally. But when those were eliminated and Los Gatos was put on the 27 route, it's now a really long route. And so any kind of jam up or delay in the bus in Los Gatos messes everybody up. They'll be late for the hospital, they'll be late for the light rail, they'll be late for, some distant place. So I can understand when they did the math that they said we have such a small amount of ridership that are impacting 270 other people. However, I feel horrible for those 2 to 7 people who take the bus, because if they're taking the bus, they need the bus. That said, they'll still have the bus. They're just going to have to potentially walk up to a mile to where they would have been dropped off. So I think, given that we don't have any control over the situation, it does bring to mind, our conversations about potentially having a community shuttle in the future and how that could help out. But I think all we can really do is help message and do what we can to try and mitigate the issue for the people that ride the bus. But I don't think we have any say in this. This is more just accepting, is my understanding. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I share similar sentiments. The one thing I'll add is it's disappointingly ironic to me that we're cutting this bus route because of traffic, because these are 470 Saturday boardings that are potentially going to be cars on the road now. And so I'm definitely disappointed to see this, and I'm eager to work with our Complete Streets and Transportation Commission and town staff to figure out how we can create some sort of improved transit solution in response to this.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I had a question for the VTA representative, perhaps. Councilmember Rennie referred to the opportunity potentially for new services to come to Los Gatos when other services are improved and allow that. Are there any services that VTA is contemplating or looking at in the long term that would improve access to public transit for the residents of Los Gatos?
So we have several opportunities where we are looking on a broader basis to see where we could add service. One of them is our annual transit service plan. We actually have an annual transit service planning process that typically takes place in the summertime for our community members to weigh in on what types of new services they'd like to see, any changes to schedule, to routing. But then there's also this broader effort that we're now engaging the community on that we're calling our visionary network. And so we really want to look 30 years out and have folks weigh in on what they would like to see for a broader, more aspirational network. But that effort is wrapping up very soon here. But we do have other efforts even beyond transportation that are also going to consider other modes of transportation as well. So I think in the grander scheme of things, there are several opportunities for the community to weigh in on different solutions.
Thank you. If I could just follow up. In that process of generating ideas, are you aware of any that relate to potentially improving access to public transit in Los Gatos?
Well, specifically to Los Gatos, I know we've certainly heard public comments about wanting to have better connectivity just throughout West County in general. But at this time, we do continue to collect comments, like on not just even on an annual basis, but we do have our customer service line that collects feedback year-round, really, and our team constantly looks at these comments. But at this time, we don't have anything specific to Los Gatos and improving transit service and connectivity.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if it's appropriate to make another comment at this point where
Go
we're
ahead.
going with this. Yeah. So, this is difficult news to hear. When we moved from the 48, 49 to the 27, Los Gatos suffered a significant setback in our access to public transit. And while I'm sympathetic to the argument that doing some of these things can improve the speed of the buses and can reduce the cost, ultimately, you can improve the speed and reduce the cost by eliminating a lot of service. And a lot of service has been eliminated for Los Gatos. So as a comment from a resident, I know we're sort of at the end of the line or in a location that may not be at the center of transit, but we still are residents of the county, and we still make significant contributions in terms of our taxes. And we should always think about how service can be provided to Los Gatos. So, it's a comment from a resident that while we may not have any say of it, I do think it's important to note that Los Gatos needs public transit, and by eliminating routes, it eliminates riders, so we get down to 2 to 7 riders, and then that isn't sufficient. So we're now at there'll be 0 unless they walk a mile beyond where they used to get on, and that could be even longer for some of them. So it's a concern, and I just wanted to voice it at this moment.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you can tell we're all a little. I mean, it's a death spiral in terms of trying to encourage people. Now, to be clear, it's only on weekends, so during the week we still have full service in town. Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
And I'll just add this because we can think about it as we make land use decisions, but the bus ridership has a lot to do with density. It's really difficult to serve the West Valley because it's more affluent than other parts of the county, so not as many people ride the bus, and it's not as dense as other parts of the county. So when VTA has to make decisions, they think about, the whole county, how much money do we have, how much service can we have? There are edges of the service area that completely lost transit the last time they reduced service, we were able to kind of get them to think more creatively and keep something going through Los Gatos. But I just mention this because we can help if we can focus more density in certain areas where more people will get on the bus, and then it becomes more financially viable for the bus to go through those areas.
Yep. Transportation and housing are connected. Okay, do we have any other comments? What are we being asked to do? We're receiving this? Are we making recommendations or just commenting?
Just commenting. We really wanted to make sure that our public had awareness of this decision, and we wanted to give the council an opportunity to provide its comments to VTA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments while we have our attentive VTA representative here? Okay, I think you've heard the spectrum, and we appreciate your being here tonight to address our questions and to hear us.
Really appreciate the comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, well, that will close out this item. And telling you, I'm having trouble counting tonight. We'll now move to item 15, consider modifications to Town Council Policy 2-0, Town Agenda Format and Rules regarding remote attendance at Town Boards, Committees, Commissions. And we'll go to our Town Manager.
Thank you very much. The town is preparing to return to in-person meetings for all of its boards, committees, and commissions starting on March 1st. We are expecting the governor to rescind the emergency order for the COVID-19 pandemic. So in preparation for that, we've been looking very hard at whether or not we can continue hybrid meetings for all boards and commissions. And after talking with all the directors, we've determined that we just don't have the staff capacity to extend that beyond the town council. The town council has a clerk and other staff that participate with every meeting. By policy, we do have hybrid meetings for our council. This allows the public to participate both in person as well as on the Zoom, as is demonstrated with this evening's meeting. As we get ready for March 1st, we recognize that we just don't have the staff resources to extend that to all of our boards and committees. Some of our boards and committees meet in this room without the KCAT support, so there would be no microphones. It would be essentially tabletop around the meeting table here in the center. We would need to have owls, and then we would need to have extra staff available to run the Zoom. It's very different running a hybrid meeting than doing a Zoom-only meeting. When we're doing Zoom-only, we're all on the same platform, and we can manage it. When you have both in-person and Zoom, it gets a lot more complex. And so typically, we only staff our boards and committees with the subject matter experts. We don't have administrative staff or clerk staff to provide the extra needed work to monitor the Zoom, make sure the technology is working properly, moving people in and out of the Zoom room. So our policy committee discussed this at its January meeting and heard commentary from a couple of our commissioners, and our policy committee had a split decision for your consideration this evening. One policy committee member suggested that we continue with council as hybrid, but then also allow the Planning Commission and Finance Commission to also operate in a hybrid mode using Zoom, and then essentially all the other boards and commissions would be in person only. The other thought was whether or not we could consider an audio-only option for the public to participate. Staff did investigate that, and we realized we would basically be still using Zoom even if it was audio only. I do want to note, since we have several commissioners in the audience, that our remote participation does allow for commissioners to participate remotely by telephone. We would basically be going back to our pre-pandemic approach. So commissioners, knowing that you have busy schedules, would still be allowed to participate remotely, following the Brown Act rules of letting us know prior to the agenda publication where you will be, so we can publish that location on the agenda and then have you post it at that location, as well as inviting the public to join you at that remote location if you are out of state or even here in Los Gatos. So with that, you do have 2 attachments that show different approaches to remote participation. Attachment 1 is the original staff recommendation, and attachment 2 or 3 is the one with the, attachment 2 is the other option for consideration. So that way you have both considerations before you. And we are available, and other staff who are liaisons to commissions are also available if you'd like to talk more about the mechanics of how this works. I just want to conclude by saying Town Council has by policy restricted when council members can participate remotely, and since we are bringing this policy to you, if you would like to consider other changes beyond just remote participation for our commissions, that is also available for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Before I open it to public comment, we have questions. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. For staff, what is the typical number of attendees for a Finance Commission meeting, excluding council members?
Well, the Finance Commission is very attractive to current and former council members, as well as to staff. Typically, we only have 1 or 2 other members of the public on average at Finance Commission.
That's helpful. I try to attend all the meetings, but as a council member that's an attendee, I'm unable to see the list. So thank you for that.
Do we have any other questions for staff right now? Okay. Seeing none at the moment, I don't have any hands on Zoom, and I do have 1 card on this item. Lee Quintana.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm going to be very short. In looking at the staff report, it appears that at least the majority, and I think it's closer to 2/3 of the jurisdictions in the county, either will have Zoom meetings for all their committees and commissions as they do now, or at a minimum have the Planning Commission and the Town Council. From my point of view, it would be best to be able to do all of them. I understand budgetary constraints, etc., but I think it's very important that at least the Planning Commission also be available on Zoom. Because in many ways, the Planning Commission makes most of the land use decisions unless they get appealed to the council. And it's the land use decisions, I think, that interest most of the people in this community. And therefore, I think they should be able to retain that opportunity. Lastly, I would like you to clarify for me whether the other meetings will still be recorded, because I think that is really, really important. Our action minutes do not provide the public with any idea of what really goes on during the meetings themselves. And to be an informed citizen, you need to know the actual interactions between council members and the council and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Do we have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay. I don't have any more cards. Okay, so I'll close the public comment and now move to discussion and questions with our council members. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. One of the things that I was interested in when we discussed this is the cost, because what we're doing is we're weighing transparency and openness against cost, essentially. And so, question, what would the cost be to provide a hybrid option for the Planning Commission and for the Finance Commission? Finance, I think, meets once a month, and Planning generally meets twice a month.
Thank you. Let me just clarify and answer the commenter's question. All of our meetings are open to the public. All of our processes are transparent. All of our meetings are recorded and posted to the website. That will not change with this. This is just a question of how the public will be able to engage with our commissions. In the staff report, we estimate $160 per meeting for the Finance Commission. That would be the additional cost. That assumes that we would have a deputy clerk assisting us for the hybrid meeting. And I would like to ask Director Paulson to assist with the Planning Commission, since those meetings are typically much longer and are a little bit more involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So obviously, it ebbs and flows over the year for Planning Commission. We did run a calculation of the hours last year for the meetings that were held, and it was approximately 80. If I need to bring in staff, my admin staff, to perform the duties that the clerk's department's doing, then they would be eligible for time and a half. I don't have the exact dollar figure for you, but we definitely can see if we can pull that together.
Just to clarify, that was 80 hours over the course of the year?
Correct, which would equate to 120, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I had a couple thoughts. I mean, one is, not to quibble with the public, but our meetings are already transparent. I think the Planning Commission particularly has been and will remain on KCAT and on YouTube. So anybody can watch a Planning Commission meeting remotely. In terms of interacting in person, they can write to us or show up at the meetings. And, you know, I know, like, from the 20 years of going to meetings, I might be at home watching the meeting on TV and then suddenly realize I need to drive down to speak on an item. So a concern I have about, besides the cost of trying to do hybrid meetings, is we've already seen at the town council level hiccups can happen. We've already had one closed session that had to be canceled because the meeting was set up, we were ready to go, and the audio part wasn't working for the Zoom participants. And because the meeting had been advertised, and because the public was led to understand that they could participate remotely, and then we couldn't make it happen, we had to cancel that meeting and reschedule it. And the thought that we would have additional meetings now where you've got the challenge of hybrid, where more things can go wrong, just doesn't really appeal to me. When it comes to talking about commissions, and we can talk about it more, I don't know how you pick or choose which commission. I mean, we didn't look and see which commission has the most remote participants. The Finance Commission, I think most of the people that show up remotely right now, well, everyone's remote because it's on Zoom, but it's staff members and a couple members of the public. And I know before the pandemic, when we had the Finance Committee, I used to show up to most of those meetings, and so did some other council members. And certainly all staff has to do is walk into the next room. So I'm not seeing that there's any one commission that is more meritorious of being, you know, on Zoom. I would almost argue transportation and parking at 7:30 in the morning while people are getting their kids out is a lift. But all of these, when people want to be at meetings, they'll be there. And the fact that all of our meetings would be recorded and people can catch them later, you know, you won't have the video, but you'll have the audio like you do now. So those are the things I'm thinking about. The other thing is, when we talk about cost, even if we budget for somebody to work overtime, that means they have to work overtime. That's not an option. And so that feels like it's another imposition on our staff who are already running lean and working hard. So just saying, well, we'll throw some money at it, it's also a human being that then has to give up their evening to be at the meeting to run a Zoom meeting or a hybrid meeting. So those are the things I'm trying to tease through here. Councilmember Moore and then Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm thinking about similar things as well. So I agree with your sentiment that, you know, picking and choosing particular commissions and committees is going to be hard, right? Because we talked about, so a lot of the other municipalities that are doing the hybrids are including the Planning Commission, and I think that could make a lot of sense because they are a land use decision-making body, right? The Planning Commission makes decisions, some of which are final. So they wouldn't have the option to come into a town council meeting to talk about that. With the Finance Commission, I think you might have to, if we wanted to do the Finance Commission, it seems to me that you'd have to bring in bodies like the HPC, the GPC, that are dealing with similarly weighty items. You know, Personnel Board, Building Board of Appeals, that, you know, are also important bodies that are making decisions. And so I would lean more towards including the Planning Commission in this hybrid option, but just the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami.
I have a few comments to make. So first off, I would not support an audio option only. Body language is important to me. It speaks to me in expression, decorum, and civility. I am considerate of staff's time and resources. I would consider limiting hybrid to 2 commissions, the Planning Commission and Finance. The majority of surrounding jurisdictions do support hybrid for Planning Commission. But if it's not agreeable and if it means getting consensus, I would pick and choose a commission, and that would be the Finance Commission. And the reason for that is we hold the Finance Commission to a higher standard than any other commission or committee. The pool of applicants, it's already limited by eligibility requirements, and it could be further reduced by limiting means of participation. Finance also has the lowest number of attendees with probably the highest attendance by council members. The meetings start at 5 compared to Town Council and Planning Commission, allowing participants and attendees to spend time in the evening with their families rather than driving to and from a town facility. Meeting virtually for me for a Finance Commission meeting allows me to be all hands on deck and better informed about our town business. If it's a hardship and not working out, perhaps we can consider a trial basis for 3 to 6 months for whatever we can agree on. Those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with Councilmember Moore, the impact of land use items and why it's so important for the public to observe those. But it's also very important because many of the items on the Planning Commission agenda are initiated by residents who want to change their home or deal with an issue that's impinging on them. And so they're not only sort of observers, they are real participants. What's quite different from our other commissions in just the number and weight of items that come from our residents. And I think it's critically important that they participate. And I would just point out that, and I appreciate staff doing a survey, every municipality, with the exception of Santa Clara County, which is quite different in the kind of Planning Commission items that they have, and Gilroy, all of the others, not just the majority, but all of the others allow for an online or Zoom version of their meetings at the Planning Commission. And I was wondering what was going on in Gilroy, so I went back and I looked. Gilroy hasn't actually had a Planning Commission meeting since October, so I don't know what how things get to the Planning Commission there, but clearly almost every municipality does Planning Commission. So that one to me is a very strong argument. And I think, in addition, I think that Councilmember or Vice Mayor Badami has made an important point about the character of our Finance Commission and the requirements to become a finance commissioner and to allow them to participate. The option for remote participation that existed pre-COVID, that is our policy, is very restrictive. People rarely take advantage of it because you have to post your location where you are making a phone call from, and you have to allow people to attend where you are. So it's really not practical at all. And so I think if we do want the participation of our five finance commissioners, we're getting back up to force. We have some very talented people. I think that it would be worth the, $160 per meeting to allow that. There are less than 12 meetings a year, and I think that would be worthwhile. So this is sort of the discussion that we had before. We have a little more data, though, I think, and I don't know. I'd be prepared to make a motion, or if
Let's a few more comments. Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
I have comment and a question or so. Let me start with the comment in response to Mr. Hudis. So the old Brown Act is, as you said, if we allow remote participation for any of our Brown Act committees, we could use AB 2449 as a last minute kind of deal. We could decide not to allow it, but it is allowed as long as you meet the requirements of that, which don't require noticing ahead of time, but it's limited to 20%. A person can only do it 20% of the meetings for the year, and there must be a majority present in the meeting. So that is an option now that's been added to the very rough Brown Act that you had mentioned. We as a town can decide not to use that if we want, but I just wanted to mention that. I do want to ask a question that we haven't covered yet. So in our section on page 6 of 8, I believe it's in all of the different ones. I'm looking at attachment 3. Under town council meetings, it says requests by town council members to attend regular council meetings via remote appearance, and it gives a narrow list of reasons why they could do it. So when we say regular, we end up with a fair number of special town council meetings. So to me, that means it's not covered under this at all. If we have a special town council meeting, member could ask to attend remotely for whatever reason because it's not listed here at all. Am I reading this correctly?
That's correct. Because one of the rules of statutory construction is if something is left out, it wasn't meant to be included. And so since the policy refers to only regular council meetings, it does not appear that it was intended to apply to special council meetings.
Okay, thank you. And then one other comment I had in here, under the, I'm looking in attachment 3, so here it says town boards, committees, and commission meetings. Boards, committee, and commission members may participate remotely by telephone only, with the exception of finance and planning commission, which seems to be where we may be headed, who have the choice of either Zoom or telephone. And then it goes on to say they can do no more than 2 remote participations in a row. I'm wondering if we may want to also limit it to a total in a particular year, because it might seem abuse to me if somebody does 2, they're there 1, and then they're off 2, and then they're there 1, and then they're off 2. That might be. I want to give people, our commissions, an opportunity to participate remotely because, the world is busy, and from when I started 8 years ago, we used to have so many people applying to our commissions. I always felt bad for the people we couldn't appoint. Now, most of the time, we're not filling our commissions, or we don't have to feel bad at all because there's nobody that we're not appointing. And so it seems like there's some interest in our commissions, or it's waning a little bit. And so making it a little bit easier to participate may help us get a little more interest in our commission. So I definitely want to allow remote participation to make it easier for our public, our residents, to participate in our processes. So I do like allowing them to participate by telephone only, which I think is where it sounds like we may be headed. I just question whether we also should limit how many total remote participations in a year we want to have. And I'll leave it there for other comments.
One comment I want to make about remote participation is under the Brown Act, we have to have a quorum in person, correct?
Yes.
So my concern would be is if we loosen up how much people can participate remotely, there's 2 things. One is it's almost like, okay, the first 2 people to call, I have vacation, the third person's left out. So I'm concerned about, how fair that is, or somebody gets sick and then all of a sudden you don't have a quorum and the meeting is canceled. For boards that are advisory only, I guess you just meet in a month or 2 months and you just lose your meeting. But for any boards or commissions where you have to make decisions, or for example on the council, if we had 2 people calling in remotely and then somebody else couldn't make it, our meeting is canceled. So I'm a little worried about that. I don't know, well, town manager wants to say something, and then I'll go back to Councilmember Rennie.
Well, and for the town council, and if council decides to do this for planning commission or finance commission, that's going to be an issue that we'll have to grapple with as we go. And it is important to note that if we do, expand this to the 2 additional commissions, that they will still need to comply with the Brown Act. So that either means that they will need to alert us before the agenda is prepared so we can post their location. They welcome the public at that location for participation. So there is still the Brown Act requirement, as I understand it, as well as what Councilmember Rennie was saying for the last minute Brown Act requirement. So it is going to take a little bit of administration on our part to make sure we know who's going to be participating in person, making sure we have a quorum, et cetera. And even as an advisory body, the Finance Commission, as we learned in December, if we don't have a quorum, the business does not get done. And even as an advisor, council still has to make its decisions, even if it doesn't get the advice. So we just need to be eyes wide open about all of the work that's going to be involved.
And I have another question to follow on with that, too. One is, I thought we already had a policy, or in the past we had a policy for maximum number of remote participations on a commission. And I thought it was more restrictive than just 2 in a row, but maybe that got changed.
It probably got changed because this policy has been modified quite a bit over the years, and this is where we are now.
Okay, and then the other thing that I just want to clarify is, for advisory commissions, if a meeting falls out because we don't have a quorum, or if it falls out because we have a technical glitch and we can't go forward, then that meeting is just canceled until the next month, because we can't constantly have staff and everybody rescheduling something when we have other meetings. So I think there's an increased risk of not having a meeting if you're hybrid. And I will say that I don't want to play who's your favorite commission. I mean, I'm looking in this room, and there are commissioners here who sit on other commissions, and the fact that you serve on a commission, that is where your passion is, and that's where you think it's the most important. Given that the Finance Commission has very few people outside coming to it, that says to me that we really don't have a need to have a hybrid meeting. If there's council members, we can get ourselves down to chambers, and all of the staff who are on there can show up. And I don't think we've had a lot of outside public input. So I'm leaning toward maybe doing a trial period with the Planning Commission to see how that works, but no other commissions. I just don't really want to get on that slippery slope of one advisory commission deserves Zoom and the other doesn't. And I know there's other issues to address in this as well. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would tend to agree with those, and I like Vice Mayor Bonami's suggestion of a trial run to kind of see how this goes and then revisit it, regardless of kind of where we end up, because I think there are a lot of kind of questions and uncertainty, and it seems like these laws are constantly evolving. And so I would also be supportive of the Planning Commission doing this hybrid trial, and then potentially hearing a report back from staff in 6 months or so about how it's been going, and we could revisit that at the time.
Oh, yes, our town clerk.
I just wanted to make a clarification that if the meetings are not hybrid, then any remote participation would have to follow the original Brown Act guidelines.
Right, the Brown Act Classic, where their address is posted.
Correct. The new legislation would not allow for them to come on at the last minute, because there has to be a Zoom link for them to participate, both audio and visual.
Okay, so we're back to where we were before the pandemic. Same rules. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Hudes.
Thanks. One question, wasn't sure the clerk or the attorney, but if we are doing hybrid, is it clear that other communities who are doing hybrid also require commissioners to post their location and to invite the public into their location when these other communities are doing hybrid?
It's possible that the other communities are using the latest amendment to the Brown Act, which is the AB 2449 provision, and that provides an alternative method for teleconferencing. But it does require that the public be able to both hear and visually observe the meeting and remotely address the body. And it also requires that council members and commissioners participate through both audio and video, as the clerk mentioned.
Okay, but it isn't clear that if commissioners are participating by hybrid, that they need to post the location and invite the public into their location.
Right, so that's the old school Brown Act exception, and so that option still exists. And then AB 2449 introduced a new option for remote participation.
And is that option in the document that we have before us tonight?
It's in the Brown Act, and it's in effect until, I think, January 1st, 2026. So it applies. It's not, I think it's going to depend independently whether the council wants to modify the policy to be looser, because right now the policy only allows remote attendance for medical, family, or work event. It's a little bit more restrictive than the Brown Act. And so one question for the council is whether the council is interested in amending the policy to allow remote participation to the extent permitted by the Brown Act.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it looks like we're thinking about a lot of things. I mean, I'm hesitant to broaden our reasons to allow people to participate remotely, primarily because of my concern about quorum. The more people can choose to participate remotely, the more pressure it puts on everybody else who's going to be there.
And Mayor, if I could just clarify.
Thank you.
The restrictions in terms of the medical purposes or a work event pertain only to the town council. So commissioners do not have those restrictions. They can just choose to not be able to participate in person for any reason.
Thank you. Can you walk me through, though, it's 2 in a row, and then we're talking about potentially putting a max on the year for commissioners?
That's the proposal.
Okay, because we do have an absence policy for commissioners missing a certain number of meetings. So participating remotely is not an absence. And I know in the past we've had discussions about 2 remote equals 1 absence, or how to do that, and I think that gets kind of zany. But I think that's on the table for, I don't know if we want to break this down. Do we want to look at different parts of this right now? Or try to make one motion that covers all of this? Councilmember Hudice.
I can try a motion, and if that's okay. I move that we adopt the changes recommended by staff in the policy attached, with the exception of the Planning Commission and the Finance Commission, and that we modify the attendance, remote attendance, to match what is currently allowed in the Brown Act, and that we limit the annual remote attendance to 4 absences, and also keep with the 2 consecutive as well. Keep that in there.
Can I clarify, when you say absence, do you mean remote participation?
Remote participation, yes.
Now, we have different, if I can just clarify, we have some commissions meet every other month, and some meet every month, and some meet multiple times a month. So are you...
This is only for the Planning Commission and Finance Commission, according to the motion.
Okay.
So this would be attachment 3 in your packet, and that would just be a change of the language for item N2 on page 6 of 8, where it says with no more than 2 remote participations in a row and no more than 4 total per year. And there's already reference with compliance with the Brown Act, so I think your motion is covered in the proposed language.
Okay, and for the town attorney, would that language about the Brown Act include the new rules that we're operating under in California under the Brown Act?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Councilmember Rennie.
I will second the motion, which includes using attachment 3 to be clear, and adds the limit of 4 per year to item number 2 in the remote attendance section.
Okay, I will not be supporting the motion because I see absolutely no reason why the Finance Commission needs to be on Zoom when every other commission is going to be in person. So I'm not creating another burden for staff for one advisory commission over the others, and we don't have the possibility to do this for every commission. So I don't know if, well, we'll see where everybody goes. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So the one thing that this doesn't include is Councilmember Rennie's kind of question about the regular versus special meetings. I don't know if we want to do, I'm also not terribly supportive of this motion, but it seems like what we might be going with. So I wanted to see if we might want to modify that to just council meetings, or if we think it's good that it's just regular.
Councilmember Rennie.
So just a little bit of a rebuttal. I think it's important to include the Finance Commission. It's actually one of the more watched commissions, and it has somewhere around about 12 meetings per year, which means 24 hours of extra work at 1.5 times. So that's about 36 hours per year, and maybe it's a little more than 12 meetings as we have a couple leading up to a CAFR or something like that. And I'm guessing if it was $100 an hour, that would cost us $3,600 to do that. If it were, I'm not sure what the right rate is. $75 would be somewhere around $2,700 to add the Finance Commission. So in my opinion, it's worth adding the Finance Commission.
I do have one question. My understanding was this was not widely watched. I mean, the people watching it are council members and staff. And that there was only 1 or 2 members of the public typically on a Finance Commission meeting, but maybe I misheard.
That's been our recent experience, but perhaps it really depends on what the issues are, but we have very low attendance by members of the public.
Okay. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I would just add that the remote participation isn't just for the public, it's also for the commissioners. And so I think that it would be helpful to have those available on Zoom as well. So,
Vice Mayor Badami and then Councilmember Moore.
I just want to be very clear here that I value all of our commissioners and committee members on all of our commissions and committees. You're all valuable to us. But the point I was trying to make about the Finance Commission is that we hold them to a higher standard. They have to have a college degree, if not some type of certification, and 5 years experience in a certain field. So it really limits a pool of applicants, and it's a very high level of discussion. Not that the other commissions and committees don't have high levels of discussion, but it's a convenience for the members and also the participants and the council members who watch it and gain a lot from it. So again, that's my reasoning for including the Finance Commission. So I will be supporting the motion. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So the other thing we discussed that isn't included in this is this being a trial, like a 6-month trial. I think that makes the most sense because we don't know where this will go. Maybe it ends up costing a lot more money than we think because we have to have extra staff or something like that. So that's the one thing that I would like to include in this motion. So I guess I think that's not a friendly amendment. So unless Councilmember Hudes.
Councilmember Hudes.
Well, I think there's a couple of ways to handle it. We could put a time limit on it. I think that might actually create extra work if we find that it's working out okay. So I would suggest that the policy committee revisit this before the end of the calendar year and then see whether there's a recommendation to bring something to council.
Question for the town manager. Does that make sense to go back to the policy committee, or should we just have a check-in at 6 months, or what would be?
Either one works for us. We're happy to, gather data and let you know how it goes. We'd be happy to discuss it with the policy committee or come directly to council. It's at your pleasure.
Okay, so it sounds like there was some version of a friendly amendment, and what form did it take?
I would not put an explicit time limit on the policy, but to ask that this matter come before the policy committee and then potentially the council before the end of the year.
I accept the changes and additions.
Okay, second to the motion accepts that. So we have a motion and a second.
One question.
Town attorney.
What was the council's decision on deleting the word regular before council meeting?
Are we silent on that, or does the motion cover it?
I would say let's take a look at that and if the policy committee looks at this at the end of the year, let's take this a step at a time, I think.
Okay, so right now there's no change.
Correct. No change to the word regular.
Okay. Any other comments before I call the motion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So the motion passes 4-1 with the mayor dissenting. Just a little bit. That's right. Okay. Thank you for working through this. Our next item, which I think we have quite a few people in the room for, is to receive the Senior Service Committee roadmap for senior services. And our town manager will be giving the report. Actually,
I'm going to be introducing the chair of our Senior Services Committee, Mr. Tom Pecrow, who will give a brief slide presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Pecrow. The microphone is yours.
Okay, we'll start with that. I want to say, first of all, that I'm really grateful a number of our members have attended the first 2 rows. Maybe you should all stand up. I think they've put a lot of work in the last 16 months, and we're very grateful to the town council to have this opportunity to do a roadmap and present it to you. Now, my Vice Chair Maureen Heath and I are going to present this because you've asked that you have the presentation in your packet, and you've asked that we only present 4 slides as highlights of this. So this will be a short presentation to allow more time for council discussion, we hope. So let me just start with the first slide. Let me point out the vision, which is making Los Gatos an age-friendly community where older adults are engaged, valued, and provide equitable opportunities to thrive. After doing official surveys, some dozen workshops, benchmarking 7 other cities, and then selecting a set of 7 key goals, which we thought were essential to achieve the roadmap, and then working on those goals to develop activities on a 1, 3, and 10-year timeline and projects for each of those. We felt we have a workable thing. And if we go to the next slide then, I'd like to give you the overview slide of our 10-year roadmap vision. If you look at the bottom, you'll see that we think of this as proceeding from fragmented services to an integrated, coordinated partnership. And if you look on the left, we currently have about 10% participation of the older adults in our town. And we think we should move that up with this roadmap to well over half the number of participants, 70% or so. And if we think about this in 1, 3, and 10-year vision goals, we start with the first year of reestablishing our core essential services. and also encouraging the formation of a nonprofit to raise additional monies to help support senior services. And maybe eventually, we hope, a community center that could include senior services. On a 3-year time frame, we visualize this as growing our effort, both in terms of understanding community facility needs and possibilities for refurbishment, town and community partnerships, and a nonprofit fundraising campaign perhaps. And finally, in the 10-year, we certainly hope to attain a sustainable governance and accountability with a supportable continuing operations in whatever facility we have. Now, we're only going to give you one example of our 7 goals roadmap, and our expert, Maureen Heath, is going to tell us about that.
Oh, thank you, Tom. I guess we need the next slide. Okay, so this is our roadmap goal number 1. It's appealing and inviting facility, renovate or build. It's got the 1, 3, and 10-year milestones with projects for each of the milestones. And during the first year, what we'd like to do is establish an advisory board, most likely within the 501c3, and that advisory board is going to hold workshops and research whether or not we should renovate or build a new facility. Then come year 3 is the big time period where we will decide whether or not we're going to renovate or build the facility. And then from there until year 10, we will be doing all the work on whether we're renovating or building. And of course, at year 10, we're going to have an amazing facility, and we're going to have ribbon cutting. And I hope everyone here in the room comes to the ribbon cutting.
So the next slide will really end it, and this is to visualize graphically our recommendation to the town council, and I appreciate your reviewing this. Next slide. So the first thing is, no, you went to one, please go back. Please go back. At the bottom, see the number 1? There you go. So the first thing is to really engage our existing commissions and boards, and the Community Health and Senior Services Commission would play a very important role in this effort, but also the Transportation, Complete Streets and Transportation Commission and the Parks Commission have an important role to play in various things for developing an age-friendly city. Now, the next slide, second thing is to please sustainably support our core senior services. We have some essential services, such as a 55-plus program for social and recreational activities. We have much support from outside nonprofits, such as Live Oak Nutrition Program for our foods program, and we hope to bring back in the spring the adult daycare program from Live Oak, which we are working on now. The next is a coordinator. Now this is age-friendly program coordinator, and it is really the glue that holds the whole first year initial effort to launch together. That is, we are recommending a town person, a town staff person for credibility versus a volunteer that might float through and go on to other things. That would be a point of contact both to the commissions, to the, for example, 55 plus, outside nonprofits, West Valley Community Services, many others, and the community at large foundation on the right. And so this person would be kind of a spark plug and we view it as an inflection point to move from sort of a disjointed, fragmented services to a really coordinated community service for the town. The next one, please, and it's 2/10 of a FTE. That's 1 day a week, 40K equivalent, but we view it as a committee, not really as a budget consideration. We view it as a management decision because of reassigning one staff person 1 day a week, we think would be the appropriate way to go. Now, the fourth ask, is that the community separately establish a nonprofit foundation. There are a number of ways to do this. We have a lot of energy here in town that we want to do this, and we think this is a way to raise money to supplement, to help support the the senior services that go on, and eventually to raise money if we refurbish or rebuild a center for the town, and even to establish an endowment. If we look at places like Morgan Hill, where they've raised money pre-pandemic, $3,000 a week with their bingo programs at Avenidas in Palo Alto, where 2 legacy contributions led to a multi-million-dollar endowment, now yielding money to support this. We think that forming a board for a nonprofit and having an advisory committee, as Vice Chair Heath mentioned, to work on some of these things which need preliminary work, such as how would we approach rebuilding, or how would we do a campaign to raise funds, and how, that sort of thing. And that's where a coordinator contact to make strict alignment with the town would be very important. And finally, in the next slide, the 5th thing is that we want to transition from planning to action. And we suggest you engage our Senior Services Committee initially here to help jumpstart things, and then we would sunset in 2023. And so finally, if we just go to the last slide, it summarizes our request to endorse the roadmap and to approve these 5 recommendations. We stand for your questions.
Thank you. So we have some questions. Councilmember Rennie.
This is maybe just a nitpicky one. So when I look at the whole selection of things that we need to keep in mind, I think it falls under core, but I don't see listed, I guess I'd call it casework. I know one of the things that's going on pretty frequently at the rec center, the rec center, the 55+ rec center, people, every time I go down there, somebody's come in and talking to the desk, I want to meet somebody about tax, I want to meet Salo over something. So there seems to be a bit of casework going on, and I don't see that in your picture. Does that fall in the core services? Is that the et cetera at the end?
Well, that's in core services as part of the 55+ program. And what they've discovered, one of our members has essentially launched with them a hub for information about services in town. Many of those services are provided by regional and county folks, which we have for free, and they help us. But that coordination of finding those services is critical. And as they've pointed out, Lisa Ann Kennedy has pointed out to us rather effectively, that if there were case management available, that would be say a couple half days a week. That could be incredibly valuable. That's something we would hope to support eventually through community support or through the town support or elsewhere, but that could be very valuable. So the answer is yes, it's included in core services.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Pecro or Ms. Heath? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Super impressive presentation. I read this whole thing, and you all put a lot of time and energy into this, so thank you all. In terms of your kind of asks, one of the asks, or one of your kind of visions, is to create a new nonprofit. Have you all, and please just, I'm not suggesting anything, but have you all considered working with existing nonprofits to kind of do that same thing, to not have to reinvent the wheel, or did you decide that a separate foundation is the best thing that
let's see, I can answer that in a couple of steps. First of all, in the preliminary investigation, we, at the suggestion of one of our members, Diana Miller, we made contact with the Association of Nonprofits here that supports people in the county. And I've had conversations with that person, and one of the first things they pointed out was if you could associate with an existing nonprofit, that would be a very good thing. So that's been high in our mind. And one possibility is, depending on alignment, and for example, with the putting in contact by one of our other members with the community foundation, which I hope to meet with and start working on this project next week, if not later this week. Why we think, depending on alignment, that may be the answer, or it may be that long-term we move to an independent nonprofit and all work together on different aspects. I mean, that's something to be decided. I've gone through the process for our local League of Women Voters of converting from a 501c4 to a 501c3. I know very well it takes a year working through the IRS to achieve that nonprofit, and we're impatient, and so we think some of the things you hint at would be appropriate.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who's participated in this. Literally hundreds of people have participated at even a level more than just answering a survey during the course of this process. And one of the things that was a little bit of a dilemma right at the beginning was we have a Community Health and Senior Services Commission. And it wasn't that commission that was initially tasked with doing this roadmap. However, during the process, it became apparent that it would be more effective to include the Community Health and Senior Service Commission, every single member of that commission, in this process. One of the points was a concern about defining that an independent board might take some of the roles on accountability, and that it would be maybe better for that to move to the Community Health and Senior Services Commission. After your discussions with the Commission, the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, do you feel that those issues have been resolved in a constructive manner? And you could also call on members of that commission to express an opinion about that as well, because
Yes,
that was a concern.
Yes, I'd like to do that. And first, I can just say for myself, I think we have a very good plan how to proceed with moving in that direction. And I really appreciate the willingness of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission to take this on. But let me turn it over to the chair of the CHSSC.
Thank you. Yes, I am the chair, and our commission is the best one in town.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Please share your name with the public.
Yes, Jeffrey Blum. I'm the chair of that wonderful commission. First, I want to thank all of you for your service to the town. I know you do that at great sacrifice, so I appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that you've decided to make senior services issues one of your strategic goals for the year. I think that's critically important. But yeah, there's been a lot of discussions about whether our commission is up to the task. And, I wrote a letter about this. All of you received my letter. I think I spoke to that issue to some extent. But my thinking is we've been a very robust commission the last several years. I think we have a lot of good people who are prepared to do the hard work. Also, this is a multi-year project. We don't have to accomplish everything in 1 year. 1 year, 3 year, 10-year plan. So, and also I'm hoping that a lot of the people who worked on the Senior Service Committee will also participate in subcommittees that we will need in order to fulfill our responsibilities. So, and also I think we can do what we did during the process, which is to consult with outside experts, such as Diana Miller. So yes, I think we're up to the task. Our commission is on board. We discussed it at length at our last meeting, and I'm hoping you'll endorse a roadmap and the game plan for having our commission do the heavy lifting. Thank you.
I actually have a question for you, Commissioner Blum, because I had been thinking about this. We discussed it at our strategic priorities meeting. When we were setting our priorities, one of the things that we'd like to do is then review with all of our commissions to see where their alignments are and, you know, which commissions need redefinition or redirection. And so I think one of the things I would like to do is agendize having the Community Health and Senior Services Commission come to the council in March and talk about where you see either altering, changing, sharpening your focus, potentially becoming just senior services, or, you know, all of those things are on the table as we re-examine all of our commissions. And so, you know, I'm personally excited to hear that you're ready to take this on, but I think we can have that conversation next month at a meeting with the council and with the commission to see what you see as your priorities, what you can take on for this, and what you see the scope of the commission being. Because I think, you know, I know Councilmember Rennie earlier made the comment about having difficulty recruiting to commissions. I think some of it may not be time commitment. It may be, does it align with what our community wants? And clearly, there's a strong interest here. So do you have a reaction to that? Or, you know, does this sound like something that would make sense for your commission?
It does make sense because candidly, I am concerned about our ability to do this plus other things. George Rossman and I put together a mental health and substance abuse report. There may be things in there that we want to implement. We do have other responsibilities. I wish that we could recruit more people to be on our commissions so that we could do all these things. But to your point, I do think that's an appropriate topic of conversation, and we've discussed it before, and I think we need to discuss it again. One other thing I want to mention, which I failed to mention earlier, which is that we had Councilmember Rennie as a liaison to our commission when we were going through the ARPA funding process. And I think it would be beneficial. I don't want to give you folks more work, but if one of the council members could be a liaison to our commission, I think it would really help in terms of giving us direction, helping with recruiting, whatever it may be. So I hope you would consider that.
Okay, well, I would say in preparation for when we agendize it in March, you know, talk to your commission and come to us with your ideas of what would be your best focus. If you think you need more members or how that would work, I think we're open to having discussions with each of our commissions to make sure that we're covering all of our strategic priorities properly.
Okay,
Thank you.
you.
Is there anyone? Vice Mayor Badami.
Mr. Bloom, before you sit down, I feel the need to be very clear again. I'm sorry. Very clear in that all our commissions and committees are the best. Senior services included. But I commend everyone that collaborated on this senior roadmap. Really, a report of this magnitude, it required a lot of passion, active involvement, thoughtfulness. That's on the part of staff, council members, all of you sitting here in the first 2-3 rows, and people that probably aren't even here tonight. I'm so impressed with all of this. So thank you for all that. Thank you.
Yes, Chair Pacro. Oh, you're here to answer questions. Do we have any other questions?
I'm here to answer questions, but also to thank the 2 council members who worked hard on this. And really, we had 7 subcommittees who met frequently with a large number of people, and guest speak people too, like Bob Buxton sitting back here from Complete Streets, as we collaborated together on these projects and ideas. And so this report benefited from an enormous number of inputs, very valuable.
Okay, thank you. We still have public comment on this item, but do we have any other questions for the presenter? Okay, then I'm going to open public comment, and I do have a hand on Zoom, and I've got a few cards. So I will go with my one person on Zoom, Lisanne Kennedy. If we can unmute her. Lisanne, you may speak.
Good evening, everyone. This is Lisanne Kennedy from the 55 Plus program at LGS Recreation. I again wanted to second and provide thanks to the committee for all the work that they've done on the roadmap. And secondly, I wanted to make a comment to Rob Rennie's point and thank him for noticing and acknowledging that. We definitely are a central point in the community for people needing resources. And as part of our proposal for 55 plus funding, that took into consideration this roadmap. We have requested for a case manager that would be hosted on site. That would allow for resources and counseling to be given out to people, one-on-one appointments to be made, but also for that person to host a number of different support groups. Secondly, we have opened up 55 plus so that we can accept donations from the public and community members as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay. Then I'll go to the cards. And my first speaker in the room is Eleanor Yick.
Good evening, Mayor Ristow and fellow council members. I'm here tonight as a 34-year resident of Los Gatos and also as a current member of the Community Health and Senior Services Committee, and I welcome this opportunity to speak in support of the Senior Services Roadmap. I want to make 3 points tonight. First, I really want to commend you, the council, for your vision and foresight to take that money last year, the ARPA money, and designate $500,000 to develop a roadmap and to restore senior services to a level that existed a number of years ago. The program had really been reduced due to financial constraints, and of course, COVID had a major impact. So that was your vision last year. Luckily, I think you were lucky that you were able to pull on a community that's also very involved in their local government and in services for seniors in particular, and you formed the Senior Services Commission. And I also want to always commend the original members who produced an incredible report. When I read through it, it was like a master's thesis. And how do you go about developing your point and gathering the information so that you can present it? I think they did an incredible job, and I feel very lucky that as a relatively new member of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, that all the members were eventually folded into the senior services. I've really enjoyed becoming a part of it. And my last point, I really want to urge you tonight to accept the report, and in particular, I want to urge you to accept the recommendation that there be a .2 FTE person assigned as a age-friendly coordinator. My experience is that you don't have a contact person or a person who's responsible, it doesn't happen. It's too fragmented. Nobody takes the responsibility because they feel the other person is doing it. So I think that's a critical part of the recommendation. It's really a rather small financial commitment. And I think by your agreeing with it, number one, you're reinforcing your commitment to senior services. And I think about the data point that I've learned by 2030, it's estimated that 1/3 of our population will be senior services. And I think seniors, we need to be ready for that. So I think it demonstrates your commitment, and I also think it's a return on your investment from last year. You allocated all this money, you have an incredible plan, and now it's time to begin the implementation of it, and I think that's a critical part of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami has a question for you.
Ms. Yick, thank you. Don't go away. Okay. So the part-time position, I just wanted to...
.2.
Pardon me?
The .2 position?
Yes. So have you reached out with to the town manager on the potential or possibility or of tapping into existing staff? That seems that would be the best route rather than getting perhaps an independent contractor or somebody who's a volunteer. Have you reached out to the town manager and had maybe a collaborative meeting on
I'm actually going to ask Tom to respond to that because I know those conversations have gone on, but I was not a part of it. So Tom, if you could come up and respond to that.
Okay, wait, we're doing public comment, so.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
I know, that's okay.
So in terms of, let me answer you, I know that those conversations or those options have been discussed. I don't know if they've discussed it with the town manager. I know that they had some conversations with Arn and explored some possibilities. And what we were thinking was perhaps there would be a staff member whose job responsibilities could be adjusted to put that on. And then secondly, the other was perhaps it's a contracted person. I don't think we envisioned it as a quote unquote volunteer, mainly because of accountability and implementation.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll discuss it with the town manager. I'm trying to digest it and the need and kind of meet our needs for the roadmap and getting this phase 1 underway. It seems like that's a crucial piece of it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, although maybe you already spoke, Jeffrey Blum. Your card was from earlier. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Diana Miller.
Good evening. Thank you all for having me on the committee. My name is Diana Miller, and I am the Senior Program Manager for the Seniors Agenda with the County of Santa Clara in the Department of Aging and Adult Services. And so in 2018, all 15 cities in the county became age-friendly with the World Health Organization. So I was here that far long ago. And during that time, it was like, how can we work together on this? So I applaud you all for investing some ARPA money and really bringing your staff together, your community, and your champion city council people, because that's when things happen. The other thing I was going to say is this roadmap is really something for age-friendly for everybody. So when the last baby boomer dies, the millennials will be turning 65. And there's more of them than there are of us. And then the Gen Z, you have a 50% chance of living to be 100. So start getting prepared. So this roadmap has a long way to go, and thank you, and I commend you all.
Thank you. Good reminder. If we're lucky, we're all going to get there, right? Okay, our next speaker is Dick Conrad.
Thank you for accepting our proposal, and really appreciate all the comments to date, and particularly the one that I got a 50% chance. So moving right along, I'm not going to say anything that has already been said, but I'd like to point out an incident that was important to me. At a senior event, I sat next to a gentleman, and he was in a wheelchair, had a caregiver, and he was about the same age as I am. We were both veterans. We kind of hit it off, and he started to confide in me how important it was, because he was a prisoner in his own home, and basically the opportunity to get out to this event, it was so important to him. And then he spent 15 minutes talking to me about how I should play bridge with him. And this is, this is why the core services that we're requesting are so important to the welfare of our senior community. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last card I have is Catherine Summers. Don't look so surprised. If I have one card left and you submitted one.
Okay, so don't look so surprised when I ask for money. My name's Catherine Summers, and I'm representing the chamber, the committee, and myself. And I actually wanted to bring three things to your attention. One is a word. And that word is inflection. A book, which is called The Missing Piece. And then a poem, you guys are all gonna laugh, which is The Road Less Traveled by Robert Frost. So the first one is the inflection point. And inflection, as you all know, is at that point where you decide that you're either going to take something and you're going, and I learned this last night, that you're either going to take it upwards or it's going to fall flat and it's going to go down. And you're at that point right now, and I can't believe we're here after, realizing during the COVID years how fragmented our senior services were, and then how the CHSSC sort of started investigating and doing some work and then appointed the committee, and so how we really now have this roadmap in front of you. And it's just so exciting to be here. So that inflection point is really, really important. The missing piece, none of those other 5 goals that we have laid out tonight, that Tom laid out, none of those will happen without that one missing piece, and that is that coordinator or that point 2 FTE person that needs to help us see this through. And the last one really is the road less traveled, and Councilmember Badami, you kind of suggested that because it's not really, it's counterintuitive to what we're doing. We're trying to cut budget costs right now. But I think this is one of those opportunities where maybe we do go the road less traveled so that we can see this through. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, I have no more cards, no more hands raised, so I'm going to close the public comment and look for discussion. Councilmember Rennie.
So I want to start off by asking staff a difficult question, potentially. So when I read the report, there's no any kind of direction from staff on whether they like it a lot, they don't like it at all, they'd like to see some tweaks. And normally when you have a really thorough report like that, it's been coming from staff and I could understand and feel comfortable. But I know that this committee actually did a tremendous amount of the writing. So it's not really coming from staff so much, it's coming from the committee. And I know Mr. Andrews has been involved, along the way, working it through, and he has to, probably made some decisions, okay, we can live with that, and left it in, and maybe he directed them around areas that wouldn't work. I can't tell because I wasn't there, and there's no staff discussion at all in here. And since Mr. Andrews has resigned, feel free to throw him under the bus if you like. But the real question is, does this all work for staff? There's just no indication for me. Do you feel like Mr. Andrews did a really good job of scrubbing out anything that wouldn't work for staff?
Thank you for the question. Staff saw its role as more of a facilitator than as an analytical contributor to this work. So this work is 100% from our community. It is not a product of staff. For this reason, the agenda item is very clear in terms of receiving and acknowledging the good work of our committee and then providing direction. And that direction could be, staff, can you evaluate the recommendations in this report? Other direction might be, staff, help us understand what is meant by core senior services. And in fact, the council may want to have a whole agenda item just to discuss that so that we're all on the same page of what is core senior services. There's reference to the town supporting Los Gatos Recreation, which to me sounds like a financial relationship, but there's no sense of what the level of commitment is. And as we just heard, it sounds like Los Gatos Recreation is now fundraising for its own 55-plus program, which is great. But I think just that one topic, core senior services, is a whole council discussion in itself. So staff is ready to support the council in terms of next steps. I think we would also appreciate clarity on the role of what the Community Health and Senior Services Commission will take on, and I think the mayor's suggestion of let's bring that to an early council discussion is probably helpful, because it's not really clear to me, at least, and I apologize, I was monitoring the group, but I was not as actively engaged as our prior assistant town manager, how the maintenance of the senior committee is going to happen if CHSSC is actually taking this on. So there are a lot of questions, but staff is here to work with the council in terms of sorting out how we might be able to chunk through the different, even at these first 5 recommendations,
I think are substantial enough to warrant additional conversation.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Rennie? Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to lead into other meetings. There's a lot in here. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you, and I agree completely. I think this is really the beginning of the new direction for the town in serving our older adult population, and it's time that we are moving through this inflection point in the right direction, and I think it's terrific that the council will become more engaged and that town staff will become more engaged in shaping the specifics of the recommendations coming out in the roadmap. I would point out that there was quite a bit of work done on the role of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission. It's on page 44 of the report, and it was jointly developed by the commission and the committee. So there was an initial draft, and then there were drafts that floated back and forth, and finally, I think those groups did come to an agreement that the CHSSC would consider creating some subcommittees to implement some activities, and they would be responsible for appointing members of the subcommittees, including guests, and that the duties and responsibilities such as housing and transportation would remain with the other town boards and commissions, but that the area of the CHSSC in taking a leadership role in accountability, in producing an annual report, and in being a primary contact with the providers of core services is part of what's envisioned. So, I mean, I welcome us having the opportunity to have a longer conversation about it, but I also think that there is a very good starting point that was developed jointly by the committee and the commission that will take things in a great way. One other comment I wanted to add about this coordinator role, well, two things. One is there was a coordinator even after we established the relationship with Los Gatos Saratoga Recreation. There was the town manager in his memo, and there was a half FTE, 0.5 FTE town employee who was a coordinator, and that disappeared over time. That person got absorbed into Parks and Public Works. The other point is that taking a lot of the recommendations that have come out, such as community garden, which is a wonderful opportunity for our older adults. It's a wonderful opportunity for diversity and inclusion. It's also a wonderful opportunity for our plant-based education. Those have to be coordinated with the Parks Commission and to engage some of the ideas, and that would be a natural for town staff to take the ideas and issues that came about in this roadmap and feed them into the other commissions. There are similar ideas on transportation, and there are similar ideas on housing, including not necessarily creating housing, but creating an inventory of housing. So where do seniors go to find out information about where they can find housing when maybe they need to downsize, or maybe they just want to remain in the community? So there are a number of areas that really can be taken up by our existing committees and commissions, but it really won't happen unless there's a staff coordinator to help make that happen. It's not going to happen from the council. I don't think it's going to happen from the existing committees and commissions. I think it really requires someone in the town manager's office to help make those connections into the other committees and commissions. And so to the point that that was made earlier, I think by Ms. Yick, that that role is really the glue that allows a lot of this to happen. So just some comments on it, but I definitely think that we, devoting council time in the future to the specifics of this would be valuable. I do think that some of these have budgetary impact, so I do hope that some of the year one recommendations can get fed into the budget cycle if it has, an impact like that. But remember, this is a 10-year plan, and there are 1 year, 3 year, and 10-year objectives. And so to focus on the 1 year, I think would be really valuable rather than throwing everything open, and to focus on those things that the council and town management can help to take place. So, we've moved into sort of comments at this point, not so much questions, but I did want to add that perspective.
No, thank you. And I want to acknowledge the leading role that you played on this, Councilmember Hudes. I mean, I was another council member on there, but my contributions were small, and, I came in late, but you played a huge level of leadership there, along with so many members that are sitting here. So thank you for that. I think we have more comments. I'll make my comments at the end. Vice Mayor Badami.
Well, I'd also like to thank Councilmember Hudes as well. He was truly a leader in this roadmap, since you mentioned it. Anyway, regarding budget constraints, so bingo revenue was brought up by Mr. Picro. And interesting, we had our strategic priority session where we looked at ordinances, and we happily added bingo ordinance as last at number 15. So to our town attorney, how can we move that up? How quickly can we expedite that?
So it turns out we do have a bingo ordinance. And so we contacted the speaker from a couple meetings ago, and he's going to take a look at our ordinance and tell us what it is about the ordinance that needs to change. We do have a cap on the proceeds, and it's possible that that's what the group is interested in changing. And so given that we already have an ordinance on the books, and the change might be pretty simple, it would be fairly easy to amend.
Ms. Whelan, thank you for your research on that. Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question for staff. So do we have a staff? So the kind of idea here is that we're not necessarily going to hire someone new. We would, give direction to a staff member that this is going to be something they're going to work on. As was said, our former assistant town manager, Arn Andrews, was working on this and had a lot of the expertise. So do we have someone that's currently on staff that has this kind of expertise that could take this on?
We don't have someone who's been monitoring this. So currently Ryan Baker director of our library, is going to be the new liaison for our Community Health and Senior Services Commission. This makes sense given, all of the community work that the library does for us. But as I understand this role, and looking at page 44 and 45, there's quite a bit of work for one person per week, and it actually looks like a lot more than just a 0.2 FTE to me, because if you really are going to have a point of contact, you need someone 7 days a week, because you never know when the seniors might call. It may not be the day that the person is actually giving its attention to this effort. Our staff are pretty much maxed out, just to be very clear. I'm trying to think of who within the manager's office can take this on and really provide the level of service that's articulated in the roadmap. And I think, given that we're, really launching with the equity plan now, and we're going to be visiting all of our commissions and doing that work with our consultant, it would be hard for us to add this to an existing workload. We are in recruitment for a new assistant town manager, and it's possible that the new assistant town manager might have some capacity, but I think, again, there are a lot of big questions that the roadmap asks, and I think it would be helpful to know the council's priority, particularly around the core services the notion of, in 10 years, is it the council's goal to either have a new or rebuilt community center? These are big topics, and I think we need to know if council itself wants to go that way, because then that will set the direction for how this goes. But we do have limitations, and I know some staff are definitely covering more than one desk, just with the jobs that they currently have.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, I'll hold my comments for the moment. Councilmember Hudice.
I wanted to point out a couple of things. I don't believe that the coordinator is meant to be the point of contact for the entire community on senior services. So the 7-day a week, that may be appropriate. I believe, again, coming to what is described, is the coordinator would provide within the town structure the connectivity between the various commissions and the folks who've developed this roadmap, and also with the service providers, including Los Gatos Saratoga Recreation, where there's a major provider, but there's not a single point of contact there. And so when I looked at the agreement that was signed in 2009 with LGS Rec as the lease agreement, and I think this may be coming up in the future, there were services that were articulated there, and the coordinator was meant to help, drive those services and make those connections. But without that coordinator, there has not been that connection, and the services being provided have deviated significantly from what's in that lease agreement. And the town's responsibilities that were enumerated there, frankly, haven't been fulfilled, including the coordinator position and finding a source for case management work that was articulated in there. So there's definitely work to be done by the coordinator, but it's mostly within the town structure rather than outreach to the community. And then the other thing I wanted to point out about the facility, and I agree, the direction for the facility will really drive things. We've found in looking at other communities that having that facility is a real catalyst for senior services. However, the report specifically defers that decision for 3 years. And the reason for that is to see whether the town can work with the community and a foundation stand up independently and raise money. And the degree to which that foundation can raise money for senior facility and programs and services will really inform the council's decision about what to do on the community center. So that decision is critically important, but I believe, and I think most of the committee believes, that it would be premature to try to take that direction right now until we really know whether we can fund this, as all of the other communities we looked at where there was a significant amount of philanthropy and grant activity that we don't have today. And then it would be better to make that decision at that point. So I just wanted to point that out. So,
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So I haven't made any comments yet. I just asked a question. And the reason I did ask that question was when I read the report, I thought it was incredibly good. I couldn't, I spent hours and hours and hours reading this thing, and I still don't feel like my arms are all the way around it. But I couldn't really find anything wrong with it. And that's why, I'm wondering, okay, what am I missing? And I wanted to, I asked that question of staff to see if they had really looked into, is there anything wrong with it from, the perspective of all of the ideas of the directions to move forward and so forth. It's just very well thought out, very detailed. And I think it also does a good, I went in, you guys probably know me by now, I'm always thinking budget, right? And I went in and felt like the report did a pretty decent job of being sensitive to our budget needs. I felt like the 1-year asks were not overwhelming. And I saw a lot of work and a lot of cost further out in the future. And I do like a lot this idea of trying to, form a nonprofit that, we talk about, capital dollars for a center. Let's see if we're successful in raising that. But it also talks about raising money to support programs too. That it's been done in other areas. The report talks about the Morgan Hill model. Looks good to me. Also, I really like the part about getting the commissions involved. It's because you're trying to look at the whole picture of this. And I think that's a lot of what the coordinator is trying to do is also coordinate out into the other commissions, not just this work, but making sure the whole picture is getting done. I think Mr. Huda started to explain that the coordinator isn't a community coordinator, it's a coordinator of moving our plan forward. And so a point two of a person to do that seems like a reasonable ask to me. I know we just heard that staff is full, and I'm happy to reprioritize some other things lower. I feel like this, it's worth point two to move this forward. It's not completely our decision tonight to do that, but I want to give my strong feelings that I don't think that's too big of an ask. And I also wanted, looking a little bit at the bigger picture, another reason I like looking at having coordination with the commissions is there's pieces of this that aren't just a facility and services. When you start trying to get into the housing and the mobility, that takes us into other parts of the town. In the survey result, for example, one of the comments says, it's in our attachment 1, page 11, it says, also, there was a lower rating for new urbanism where older adults desire to live close to places where they can eat, shop, work, and receive services. So that's about land use. And when we're making our land use decisions, or maybe even encouraging our land use decisions through zoning or whatever it is, that's how we can affect solutions to that problem. Housing in community design, or housing gets a 21 out of 100 on the survey. That's really bad. And mobility is a little bit low. Mental health is also low in there, but that's maybe a little bit different. And I just, when I started thinking through it, it's things like we need to get the meadows rebuilt, right? That project seemed, we sent it back and it seems to have gotten stuck, right? We need to think about, when we're making decisions, how do we help these projects move forward? There's another senior center proposed on Winchester where we approved an office park, and now they're thinking about through our CDAC. To me, that's a pretty good location because, not seniors that are decently mobile could walk from there into, certainly North Santa Cruz and hopefully all the way into Santa Cruz. I know the office we entitled on Alberta Way is now looking at not necessarily senior, but other housing. And so if we're thinking in terms of apartments that are, you build them dense enough so apartments are small enough and seniors can move down into it from their larger houses, which helps other problems in town. It helps open up houses for families. Since 2015, the Los Gatos Unified School District has lost 600 students. We have declining enrollment because families can't afford to live here, so that helps solve that problem also. And then there's the mobility part of it. I know I'm going a little bit on a tangent, but it's really about thinking about the whole picture. Alberta Way connects into some of the other things we're doing. So if you built something there that's got smaller units, they aren't senior restricted, but they might want to live there, it's decently close to downtown. Again, can they walk there? Well, we got a project to rebuild Route 9 across 17 so it's safer to walk and bike. That's going and hopefully won't take forever to get done. We've got a bridge project so that people can get from Route 9 easily onto the Los Gatos Trail, which may make it easier to walk further into downtown or get exercise. So I see a lot of opportunities to combine our land use with some of the mobility that we're working on, in addition to all that's in here. But I want to call out the report is thinking holistically when it's asking to have the coordinator think to all of the commissions for pieces that are not specifically at a senior center. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we think alike on a lot of things. One comment I wanted to make was, first of all, as the project and as the report was coming together and I talked to other people, one of the things I want to thank the commission for doing is through the lens of what we need for seniors, we really found gaps in our community that apply to everyone. So if you start talking about we need accessibility because maybe seniors have decreased mobility, well, you know what? You could be 20 years old and in a wheelchair. You could be a mother pushing a stroller. So all of those things where we talk about sidewalks or accessible housing or, you know, the things that you tend to think about that seniors need, that actually serves across our whole community. It's the same thing for transportation, it's housing, it's our parks, all of these. So, you know, I feel like while this focused on senior needs, the whole community will benefit as we implement these things. I really do want to look at seeing over the next couple months how our commissions can take on a lot of this. What I'm thinking about is when you talk about housing, our Housing Element Advisory Board can look at that. And we do have sections specifically on senior housing, but all housing helps everybody. Complete Streets and Transportation, they have their priority setting coming up. And, you know, any solution that helps a senior get around will help a middle schooler, a high schooler, a grade schooler, anybody. So, you know, Complete Streets can look at which parts of this they want to take on. The Library Board, we have a ton of programs. I'm going to segue into that in a minute, but our library serves our seniors in myriad ways and our community. Our Parks Commission, you know, looking at how we're revamping Oak Meadow and if we have community gardens or how we use our parks. If it benefits our seniors, it benefits our whole community. And then Community Health and Senior Services. So I think a number of our commissions, our Arts Commission, there's so many ways that our commissions can embrace this report and find the sections that they can help forward. But the other thing I want to remind everybody is this group, this high-octane group that created this amazing report, this is one of a number of strategic priorities we have. And I don't want to forget that we have other strategic priorities that did not have a committee to forward it, but are also underway. So we do have our DEI roadmap coming forward that we did authorize and we have coming up, and that's going to take time. So all of these things are not to say that this isn't a great plan and we shouldn't implement it, but in my mind, maybe the 1, 3, and 10 year really becomes a 2, 4, and 15 year. I don't know. You know how that goes. I think we're going to implement it, but I don't know that we can go all in on the 1 year without then saying we're not going to do our other strategic priorities. And I don't remember ranking our priorities in order. So I just want to temper expectations that way. I think the report is amazing. And I think that what we see, what we're lacking, we now have an idea of how to get there, that inflection point that was brought up. But if I can go back for a second, I did want to call on our library director because one of the things when I read the report and it talked about what the services were for the community, there was no mention of the opportunities and the programs at the library, which I view right now as our community center. So I had asked if our library director, Ryan Baker, could go over some of the programs and the high usage we have with our seniors just to daylight that in this conversation.
Thank you for the question. Yes, at the library, about 30% of the programs that we offer are for adults. It's about 250 programs per year. According to exit surveys where people self-identify age, about 70% of those program attendees are 60 plus. And that includes, and then we do outreach visits to the terraces and to Belmont regularly. Our Zip Books program gets books into the hands of people with low mobility issues. We do tech tutoring with the cadre of volunteers from the high school with the seniors, working with the seniors. Tech classes on a variety of topics, how to find medical information, avoid scams, whatnot. We do a lot of one-on-one with seniors for digitally navigating the world. And of course, we have the broadband and computer access for everybody. We're just launching a new quality of life senior resource called Get Set Up, which has aging in place courses, finances for seniors, fitness routines, things like this. Live programs have been just a whole swath of different interests, including our book clubs, let's see, birding arts, fall prevention, caregiver programs, those types of things. We're working with, working on closed captioning for our online programs. We've been doing tabling events with county resources to help people and seniors navigate vector control and pests that they might have, safe prescription disposal, fraud awareness. Our Veterans Connect is a state-funded resource that we have that connects vets with an actual live person who will walk them through the VA benefits system and help them apply for things. Please tap us if you know somebody who definitely needs that help. RetroTech is a great free service we have that transfers old analog stuff, reel-to-reel and slides and whatnot, of all those the old memories that don't play on anything anymore. We can transfer those to digital so those aren't lost. Solid collection of large print books. And just in general, we don't actually brand anything as senior programs in the library. All the programs are open to all. They just happen to be heavily used by seniors. We think that intergenerational aspect is really healthy, and we continue to promote that. I can go on a little bit more, but I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you. That is really comprehensive. And I think the other thing is, it is well used, but I think people need to know what is being offered, what is being used, and what we've got right now. So I'm kind of trying to figure out, I think what we are doing is we're accepting this report, and then we'll have some decisions to make. The things that are financial, I think when we do our budget in 2 weeks, we'll be talking about that. But I think this will be an ongoing discussion in terms of, to me, one of my highest priorities is making sure that the Community Health and Senior Services Commission is ready to take on the role of what the Senior Services Committee was doing. I think that's the most important thing, that, in my mind, that handoff. I don't know where my council members are, but it seems like we need to have that owned by, sunset our committee, but not until we know that we have a group that is going to hold on to that. And then as we work through the next couple months with all of our commissions coming forward, reflecting all of our strategic priorities, including this roadmap, and making sure that each of these components kind of has a home. But we're going to have a broader discussion about the core services and other things. So I'm just looking at, how we're going to unfold this over the year. Councilmember Hudes.
So maybe I'll try something. I wonder if it's possible to put up the last slide from Mr. Picaro's presentation, because I think in some ways it addresses some of these things. And what I'm a little uncomfortable with the word accepting after the amount of work and the recognition from council members about the value of the work. And I'm wondering if we might consider using the word endorse. And that doesn't mean approve every word or every aspect of what's in the report, recognizing that the report is really, it's a roadmap that's living, and it is something that's going to change, and it's going to change when we find out whether we can raise funds. It's going to change when we find out other programs that are available, et cetera. But I'm suggesting that maybe we get a little stronger and as a group be willing to say that we endorse the roadmap. And then, with regard to the 5 recommendations, maybe I'll leave that for a separate discussion, maybe just at that point, if whether that would be an appropriate thing to do or to turn that into a motion, and whether council members feel that given where we are with this effort, with the return on investment that Ms. Yick pointed out, whether we might want to go so far as to say we endorse the roadmap.
I have a question. Because we haven't gotten to our budget, I mean, I'm not willing to have a conversation about whether we're going, if it's going to be a 0.2 FTE or what that'll be, because
And just to clarify, it's
Not
just the
those
first
five.
bullet point.
Just the
I
first
wanted
bullet.
to come back to that
Okay.
maybe afterwards, so.
Okay, comments from other council members? Any comments from staff about, I mean, I'm not sure what the difference in the word means, although it sounds more hearty, but it's not committing us to specific parts? Okay. All right, continue.
So I'd be prepared to make a motion that we accept the report and we endorse the Senior Services Roadmap for Los Gatos.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Second the motion?
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed, so the motion passes 5-0. Okay, do we have any clarifying questions from staff or any follow-up?
No, an endorsement is fine.
Okay.
You know, there's still a lot of other work to be done.
Right. Okay, seeing that we missed our 9 o'clock break, I'm going to ask for a 15-minute break. Is 15 minutes too long, or 10 minutes? What do we need, people? 10's good. Okay, 10 minutes. So we will reconvene at 10:05. Thank you. Okay, if everybody can take their seats, we're getting ready to resume. All right, we are reconvening, and now, hold on, we're on item number 17, consider, the items recommended by the Arts and Culture Commission, and I will turn that over to our Library Director, Ryan Baker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm going to be presenting to you the Arts and Culture Commission's 3-year arts plan. Just a quick reminder that the Arts and Culture Commission is your favorite and most important commission. Move that to this next slide there. I'm gonna, so 3-year plan, what the Arts and Culture Commission is looking at is something that is a 3-year plan that would start in this next fiscal year, so starting at the beginning of FY 23-24, moving on for 3 years. I want to say that the Arts Commission has been working very conscientiously and very diligently to kind of cut from huge ideals and huge ideas into a laser-sharp focus in terms of what they feel they can accomplish and being conscientious of what town budget looks like. So we started with bigger things, and what you're looking at here is a very, very distilled version that hopefully will fit within budgets and priorities. All right, so it consists of 4 parts. Part number 1 is funding to complete the Gateway project. The Gateway project is our Gateway cat sculptures. 2 of them are up out of 5. The second part is funding for maintenance of public art. This would just be kind of some ongoing funding to make sure that things are maintained. Third part is a partnership with Silicon Valley Creates. That's a nonprofit organization that fosters the arts. And the fourth part is an alternate funding method that the commissioners have been looking at to see how they can supplement arts funding for the town. And I'll just move through those slide by slide. All right, so the first one here is the funding to complete the Gateway project. This was envisioned as 5 locations and different entry and exit points to town. 2 of those 5 have been complete. In order to wrap this project up at a rate of 1 sculpture per year for the next 3 years, it would be $111,000 into the CIP budget. That would be $37,000 per year. Just as a reminder that the actual design of this went to council, and so you all looked at it in November of 2021, and you all agreed to it at that time that this was the direction we were going to move in terms of design. So it's not really a design question now, it's just more, are we ready to move forward with the funding of these in order to finish out? So if that money was approved, it would go into the CIP budget in order to do that. The next slide up is just a line item for annual maintenance of public art. And this is because we don't have a line item for maintenance of public art in PPW's budget. We do have other art pieces around town, and occasionally some graffiti, damage, other things happen. This is just put a little bit into PPW's budget, in their operations budget, in order to make sure that those small costs can be covered just to maintain things as we put them up. So we're looking at $750,000, which over 3 years, or $2,500 per year. Moving on to the next slide. All right, Silicon Valley Creates is a nonprofit organization that is active all throughout Silicon Valley, as their name implies. They are a catalyst and connecting point for all things with the arts. They have opportunities for grants. They have workshops on how to write grants. They have all kinds of different events that pull different arts organizations across Silicon Valley together. So the partnership, and you have a MOU in your packet, which is the MOU. So we're asking you to have the town manager, asking you to authorize the town manager to sign that. That MOU would allow us to have a partnership with them, and that would give us access to workshops and grants and different kinds of communication with other regional organizations. All kinds of great stuff for collaboration can happen with this organization that would be a large umbrella for the arts in Silicon Valley. The other thing that they have offered to do, which is of particular note, is they have offered to be the fiscal agent for donations for public arts. So as a nonprofit, they have 501c3. They have some different standing in terms of receiving donations that the town it would be a little more difficult or would not be appropriate. And so they have offered to say, hey, well, if there's donations for public arts, we'll accept them here and we'll hold them for you. And at such time, when you need to expend them for a project, then they would release them for us. So they have offered to do that. So just a heads up that is in that MOU as well. And the fourth and final piece of the plan is the Arts Commission knows that art is expensive. And public art is really expensive, and the town budget is not infinite, and so they have really diligently been looking at, well, how can we come up with alternative funding? And this alternative funding is not for the gateways or the maintenance that you just asked for. This is alternative funding that hopefully within a 3-year period, they can kind of get it together, and after 3 years, they'll be ready to really move with it. Some things will have accumulated. So it includes 3 parts so that we won't really be drawing from town budget. The first one is the Percent for Arts Ordinance. That's the development in lieu contributions. This ordinance you have already passed, so it was one of their pieces of their plan already, so that one is done. It just, over time, that will start to build up some funds that can be used. The second piece of that is that the commissioners are requesting permission to solicit for donations, sponsorship, corporate matching funds, and general philanthropy. This, under your donation and solicitation policy, I think the guidelines under that policy are that as long as the council grants permission to do so, then appointed or officers and staff can do that. I will say that this might be a new paradigm in terms of commissions. I'm not sure of any other commission that has done this previously. So just to consider that, but they are looking very diligently as how can we bring in other money in order for public arts. And then the third and final piece is that the permission to have the commissioners themselves submit grant applications on our behalf of the town. Generally, town staff would write grants and administer those, so this would also be kind of a new paradigm. And it's really the commissioners looking very diligently at trying to find other funding sources, knowing that the funds are limited. And that, I'll move that to the last slide there, just so that as you have your discussion, you've got them all lined up. If any different parts of those are amenable or not amenable to you, or if you'd like to move in a different direction, the Arts Commission would very, very much like some strong direction or some work plan regarding long-term funding if you're not agreeable to any of these items here. And I do want to say that I have some commissioners that are that I've instructed are going to speak during public comment. But since I didn't know the format of the last one was a little bit different, if you have particular questions for the chair or something, I'll just let you know that there's a chair. And in other ways, we'll leave it at that. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Director Baker. Let's see, Councilmember Rennie.
I'm going to ask this now before public comment so that maybe people could address it if they think about it. So one of the reasons that we've always been hesitant to allow solicitation for donations and so forth is we don't want people to think they're buying influence with the town. And, I think it's perfectly fine for somebody that loves arts to donate money to have, art in Los Gatos and make Los Gatos better. But I'm wondering, throw this out there for discussion, is it worth requiring when solicitations are made some bottom note that says, you're contributing to art in Los Gatos, this has no influence on the town? Something to that effect.
I'll start here, and Gabrielle may have, town attorney may have some more. I think that if you were in favor of moving in this direction, we would probably come back with sort of the nuts and bolt details of what that's going to look like. I don't think that at this particular meeting it would be a blanket go forth. I think that there's quite a bit that we would need to work out, and so that may be one of the details that would there. And I turn over to town attorney if there's anything different or additional.
I agree. I mean, I think there's nothing wrong with including that statement at the bottom, but I'd want to do some more research because the conflict of interest laws keep changing, and I want to see if there's anything in those new laws that would impact a setup like this.
Yeah, and we certainly don't want conflict of interest, but I also want to make it clear. I mean, a lot of people donate, and I wouldn't want somebody to come back later and say, "Oh, I donated all this money. You guys should approve my project." Right? Because I want a disclaimer on there that says this is not buying you any influence with the town.
It sounds like my guess is we can figure out what we want to move forward with and then figure out what it'll look like at another meeting, right?
If you're amenable to them to actually come back and work out some of the details, especially for that particular piece, we can definitely do that. I think that would be worthwhile. The other pieces may not necessitate coming back for, but that one may.
Okay, I have a question for you. When you talked about how staff typically writes grant proposals and then you have commissioners who like to write grant proposals, can you give me your thought on that? I mean, I'm assuming more opportunities to get grants is a good thing. Is there a downside to it as the liaison? Do you think it's a dispersion of effort, or do you think it's more opportunity to get money? Or what would be the trade-offs? Why would I not think that's a good idea?
I think it would be experimental. I do like the additional help. I do like the additional eyes looking for grants. I do like the additional work putting things together. We do have turnaround as commission seats expire, and some of the administration of things really probably wouldn't fall within wouldn't make sense for have the commissioners be involved in some of the administration of grants. And so I think that would add to staff workload eventually, but at the same time, they're really looking for other alternative sources of funds. And so there would be more opportunity if more people had more eyes out for grants.
Okay, thank you.
One thing to add
yes.
to that. One thing for the council to think about too is sometimes grant applications come with warranties that the town is making. And so it would probably be good to have a set of staff eyes on the application to make sure that what the town is warranting are things that can actually be satisfied. Like for instance, we have a public works grant right now, and we're reviewing it to make sure that we can comply with all the federal requirements.
Right, I was wondering about that. I mean, depending on whose name is on there, there's a lot of follow-up and verification that has to go with grants. So I just want to make sure that we think about the ups and downs of that. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, as a follow-on, in addition to the legal warranty, are there sometimes responsibilities of the receiver of the grant that might have a duration longer than a commissioner is serving in that capacity for the town, but might go beyond their term of office or their term when that grant is given?
I think that could definitely happen. So in that particular case, it may be that those would just fall to staff.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add, I think this is a great idea. I think that there will be some kind of logistical difficulties maybe, or things that need to be kind of hashed out, but I think bringing in extra dollars is going to be a good thing. And I think that one huge pro of this is we have folks, people in town who might serve on the commission, maybe who currently serve on the commission or may want to serve on the commission, who have this expertise. Grant writing is not easy, and so I think if we have people that can spend the time to do that, I know I believe we appointed her to the library board. She was the chief development officer for Mayor Sam Liccardo, right? So that's great expertise that we have in town that frankly we don't have to pay to get us external dollars. So I'm really excited about this proposal. So thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions before we go to public comment? Okay, I'm going to open the public comment. I have one hand up on Zoom, Cristiano Colantoni. You can speak
Hello,
now.
good evening, everyone. I'm speaking tonight to support the completion and funding of the Gateway Public Art Project. Public art, as well as arts organizations like one we have in town, New Museum Los Gatos, add enormous value to the cultural, aesthetic, and economic vitality of a community. It's a well-accepted principle of urban design that museums and public art projects contribute to a community's identity, foster community pride and a sense of belonging, and enhance the quality of life for its residents and visitors. Towns gain real value through public art, and it can be an essential element, excuse me, when a municipality wishes to progress economically and be viable to its current and prospective citizens. It can act as a catalyst for community generation or regeneration. Towns and cities with an active and dynamic cultural scene are more attractive to individuals and businesses. Public art is a key factor in establishing a unique and culturally active place. It humanizes the built environment and invigorates public spaces. It provides an intersection between our history, our present, and our future, between disciplines and between ideas. Public art is free to all, and the arts matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see. I have one more person on Zoom, and then I'll go to the room. Lisa McAdams.
Good evening. My name is Lisa McAdams. I'm a former board member of the new Museum of Los Gatos, and I continue to serve the museum in a volunteer capacity. I'm also here to support funding of the Gateway Art Project. Public art serves several purposes. It provides a point of identity and public interest. It elevates the aesthetic of a community. It creates a more lively, welcoming, and friendly environment for both visitors and community members alike. Because of this, I feel that art is an integral part of our, should be a very integral part of our very special community, and I fully support completion of the Gateway Art Project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Maureen Javi.
Always too short. Good evening, Mayor Risto, Vice Mayor Badami, council members and staff. My name is Maureen Caponjavi. I'm the chair of the Arts and Culture Commission here in town. I've just begun my 10th year of service on the ACC, and it's my great honor to serve our community in this capacity. I'd like to offer brief commentary on the ACC's goals to build a robust public art program in our community, as summarized by Ryan Baker. Specifically, I encourage Council to approve the funding to complete the Gateway Public Art Project. The goal of this project is to create distinctive, art-forward welcome signs at key gateway points to Los Gatos that reveal a unique interpretation of the character and spirit of our community in a very public and tangible way. The project consists of 5 sculptures, 2 of which have been installed at the Lark Avenue and Highway 17 median, and 1 at the median at Los Gatos Boulevard and Alberta Way. With continued funding support, the ACC seeks to complete the project and roll out the remaining 3 installations over the next 3 years. When I joined the ACC 10 years ago, my primary ambition was to develop a robust public art program in our town and in my town. When I and my fellow commissioners visit other communities similar in size to Los Gatos, we often express how enamored we are with their public art efforts and the sense of place, pride, and spirit that those programs deliver to their communities. And we want that too. We know that it's a long game, and if we put in the hard work, we'll prevail, and we have. Believe me, we've put in the hard work, and we will prevail. And we have with the Gateway Project. I am well aware that there's a wide-ranging community response to the project. And that's a good thing. To put it all in perspective, consider these wise words from the folks of the Association of Public Art, our nation's first private nonprofit organization dedicated to commissioning, preserving, interpreting, and promoting public art in the city of Philadelphia. In a diverse society, all art cannot appeal to all people, nor should it be expected to do so. Art attracts attention. That is what it's supposed to do. Is it any wonder then that public art causes controversy? Varied popular opinion is inevitable, and it's a healthy sign that the public environment is acknowledged rather than ignored. And speaking here this evening on behalf of my fellow commissioners, I urge Council to dedicate the necessary funding to complete the wonderful Gateway Project that meets the goal set by the Arts Commission on behalf and in partnership with the community. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Jan Schwartz.
So as part of NUMU, obviously I support art. That's really important, I think, to many of us here. And we have it in the museum, and I appreciate all the support from the museum. But getting it out in the town is something else. That's why I'm here now, because I'd like to see art everywhere. And I think it changes the culture of a community. It gives it vibrance. It's all been said before, so I don't want to repeat what everybody else said. It is personal. I know that some people react and say, oh my God, what is that? But I look at these things and I smile. I think that they're colorful, they're strong, they're sculptural, they're iconic, and it's Los Gatos. These are our cats. And I just love that they're there. I hope that we put more of them out there. It speaks to the character of the town. And again, art is personal. I look at some of the things we put in the museum and I think, what are they thinking? But it just raises awareness, and it's great. Get the reaction, get people aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Craig Gleason.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Craig Gleason, longtime Los Gatos resident and a member of the Parks Commission, which I was happy to learn tonight is one of our best. I also want to express my support for the Gateway project and encourage the council to support funding to complete the 5 installations. I feel the Arts and Culture Commission, which, as you know, is one of our best commissions, ran a good public input process and made a good decision, and I like the result. I have to admit, when I first saw the design, my impression was it was a little modern, but once I realized that I'd already been living in the 21st century for a couple of decades, I made it past that. So I think the Gateway design is stylish and distinctive, and it'll represent the town well and become iconic in its way in the future. We made a good choice here, so let's follow through. Thank you.
Thank you. To another favorite commissioner. Okay, our next speaker is Tom Spilsbury.
As a senior, I'm kind of confused if I'm here for senior or art. And if you could start the meeting at 5 so I could get to bed by 9:30, it'd be very helpful. I want to thank you all for being here, the mayor, vice mayor, council people. I've been on the council, the Art and Cultural Commission, since about 2009. This project started around 2014, trying to lobby the council people then, Mariko, Rice, Brzezinski, the whole group, and they all came behind us. Rob Rennie was there, and he's been very supportive of the project. We got great support from Laurel Pavetti, and Ryan's been stellar and taken us through the hurdles that we've come. You think that it should be easy just to put up a little sculpture on a piece of property. Wrong. It took, we've gone through surveys and at the plaza and at Lenardi's and at Safeway. The projects were on, the art pieces were on view at the library for over 90 days. We had probably over 800 people come and look at that. Overwhelmingly, the cat was the one that everyone chose by 70% plus. So we've really worked to try to get out to the community to get to what we could get on a corner that was only going to take a year. That was from 2014, so we got eight or 9 years into it. And we've had some roadblocks. We've hit all those. We've come through with what the city has required and how we've had to do it. Park and Recreations is great to work with. They put it up. The good thing about the cat that's on the Lark Avenue, it's really a community piece. I don't know if you noticed it, but over Halloween, they had googly eyes on it. And then once that was off, then Christmas came around, and there was a Christmas hat on it. So we're very festive. And I think it's part of the community that is doing that. It wasn't me. I took the hat off, actually, after January 10th. I thought it was time to go. But anyway, we would really appreciate your support. You guys, we don't have a budget. We've tried to cut down the price on all these by working with the sculpture and everywhere we can to get the price down to next to nothing. An art piece for $37,000 is really unheard of in the art world. So I think we've really tried to do the best we can and support the city and the budget restraints that we have. And if you look at a budget, if our budget is $35 million as the town, what we're asking for over the 3 years is less than 0.3%. I mean, 0.003%. It's a small amount. We know it's a large amount. Every amount is big in a budget when you're cutting cost. But if you could look the other way and help us get through this, we've worked really hard on it and
You can finish
we're
your
done. I'm done, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Olga Enciso Smith.
Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff and commissioners, thank you very much for your service to our town. My name is Olga Enciso Smith. I live near Larkan 17, so I see the gato there, and I think I'm going to put a heart now because Valentine is coming. I didn't speak when we had the process for the veterans or World War II monument that we have here. And I wish I had, because my husband was Canadian and served with the Allies. Sometimes we overlook our neighbors in the north. But now I want to speak. Public art unifies. And I think this gato unifies our town, because I live in the other end, and when I come to downtown, I see the other gato. So we need to find the funding to complete it. It unifies, inspires, and yes, it creates controversy too. I founded Machu Picchu Gallery of the Americas in Old Town in 1974. It started as Peruvian, then became Andean, then became of the Americas, including indigenous of the Canada and the US. So we evolve. So I've been living here for 60 years, and now we have the gato that unifies our beautiful town. Muchas gracias, thank you.
Gracias. Our next speaker is Ann Lamborn.
You don't need this.
I'm Ann Lamborn, Arts and Culture Commissioner, and very long time resident of Los Gatos. I'm at 53 years, and I have served on the, let's just get to the point. Congratulations, Town of Los Gatos, on funding, or on approving and funding a major public art project for the Los Gatos Gateways, being 5 sculptures by Matt Babcock of Seattle. Really makes me happy also to see 2 of these sculptures installed and only 3 more to go. And I first joined the Arts Commission when I was 45 years old, and served on it for 10 years and took a 25-year vacation, and then I came back last year. I'm really, and I worked on public art from day one there. I think I wrote the first public art, whatever it had to be, and then the town attorney rewrote it, and also I got funding, wrote the original funding for Music in the Park, or whatever that is. And we did funding, and with only $1,000, it started that program in Art in the Council Chambers. We didn't have quite the same situation as today. Anyway, I urge you to pay for the rest of the sculptures and get them done as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eleanor Yerk.
I'll take that.
You just hand it off.
Good evening, Mayor Ristow and Vice Mayor Badamy and fellow council members. When I saw this agenda, my name is Eleanor Yick. I'm a long-term resident of Los Gatos. When I saw this agenda item, I decided I have to stay. I'm going to be here for senior services because as a community member, I just want to express that I love these sculptures. Every time I pass them, they bring a smile to my face. My husband and I have diametrically opposed opinions on the sculpture, and I think I win every argument of how much they add to the community and how exciting they are, and they remind me of Benny Buffano. And I don't know why I make that connection, but I love his sculptures up in San Francisco. So to see something similar in Los Gatos is exciting to me. I do want to suggest that I would love to see them lit up at night. And I actually investigated solar-powered lights and said, gee, could I sneak in front of them and just install it? And I said, I think that's public property. I can't quite do that, but I'd love to see them lit up at night because I think they're wonderful and they add so much to our community. So thank you very much for all your hard work. So I support this project wholeheartedly.
Thank you. And our final speaker, I have one card left, Ben Jensen.
Good evening. Name is Ben Jensen. I'm newly member of the Arts and Culture Commission. And I just want to say that ask for support for the Gateway project. I personally like the sculptures very much. I think it gives people who are driving through Los Gatos, they'll say, wow, this is a modern city. It's not 1887, it's 2023. And I think the sculptures that have been chosen, they are a lot nicer than the big fat cats in front of Los Gatos High School. I also hope and would like to see as a goal that with these, the Gateway project and the modern sculptures, that Los Gatos can become a cultural center of Silicon Valley one day. That would be cool, that we can get people to come to Los Gatos to see art and culture here. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say all the commissions are my favorites and all cats are my favorites, so I'm happy with all of them. Okay, so that closes our public comment, and now I'll open it to my fellow council members for discussion, remembering that we have several more items tonight. Councilmember Rennie.
I'm going to go straight into a couple comments. First, I'm going to take the liberty of being a little tangential, but I can justify that this is part of this agenda item. I want to actually thank and appreciate Catherine Summers because she always feels unappreciated. No, seriously, when I think of gateways, I've always thought I wanted a gateway to the entrance to the downtown. And I was excited to see what McCarthy did when they put the wall up that says downtown Los Gatos, when they built Out of the Barrel and so forth there. But I was disappointed that then they went and did a remodel at Double D's and they didn't do something matching. Catherine realized that, and this is something that really bothered me, and it bothered me that we couldn't require matchingness in these kinds of things. And Catherine went out and raised money and got Double D's to build the wall and made it happen. So I want to appreciate her for that item because it's something that I feel like makes a big difference and was kind of a headache for her, but she felt it was important also. So you are appreciated this one time only. No, I'm just kidding. So I also want to appreciate the Arts and Culture Commission for their perseverance in moving these forward, and especially realizing our budget constraints in focusing your ask in something that's realistic. So for that reason, I can support everything that's being asked tonight in the recommendations 1, 2, and 3 with the little bit of dollars to keep the project moving forward until you can get further funding. I certainly support the idea of finding ways to add more funding through looking for grants or even looking for donations. I am interested in something that maybe has a disclaimer on it, kind of thing. And those are my comments.
I have a quick question. I mean, we're doing the budget in 2 weeks, so how does this fit in with our conversation in 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks, we're going to be talking primarily about our operating budget.
Okay.
And then in March, we were going to talk about our CIP. But if council approves these 3 actions tonight, then that would be direction for the preparation of the CIP.
Okay.
And we can build that in. And in fact, we have some funds that council decided to not to allocate right away for CIP because we thought we might need them for matching funds. So again, if council wants to move forward with this tonight, we'll just build it into the budget, and then when we talk about CIP, we can bring it back.
Okay, because I love the Gateway project. And I have to say, one of the things is I don't think anyone should read next door unless they want to get depressed, because I think the unhappiest people in town right there. But, for those of us who have been to Paris, the Parisians hated the Eiffel Tower. And I remember going to Paris and seeing the IMP pyramids at the Louvre, and that was just a travesty, right? And now they are major attractions. They're things that look like part of it, the juxtaposition of the modern and the old, and the fact that we're in the 21st century. But I have to say, every time I'm up on Lark Avenue and I'm in that crosswalk, I love that cat is in a crosswalk, so I can take selfies with it, I can hang out with it, I can admire the Christmas hat, and that cat is loved. I love the concept that it's unifying. So I'm completely supportive of all of the items you're doing. I'm not sure if I'm ready to allocate money tonight, only with the idea that if we commit to all 5 and allocate that money in CIP, I don't know what we're taking it away from. So I need to think about that a little bit, because we're also talking about public restrooms. We're talking about a lot of things that may not get funded. So I don't know. Maybe the Gateway happens over 6 years instead of 3. I'm not sure. Although if I could snap my fingers, I'd want them all there right now. But I agree with Councilmember Rennie. I support all of these steps, and I definitely want to see the Gateway project finished. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I've heard from a lot of people that they're not huge fans of this, and I think what the Commission talked about is that, specifically these are supposed to be art-forward welcome signs, and they are just that. And so I think that's, I think they are achieving their purpose. I like how they look personally, and I think they're representative of our town. And so I think that this should, I would like to give the direction that this should be incorporated into the budget process as we move forward and see how we can include this. And the last thing I will say is that I think those lights could be a great future grant idea. So there you go.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Just a question, because I didn't follow all of this. I understand that the council approved these sculptures on November 16th, 2021, and that was for 2 of them, is that correct? No.
So at that time, the Arts Commission brought forward the idea that the original plan has always been to have 5. They did 1, and then they came back to council a second time and asked for the funding for the second one. When they came back and asked for the second one, they asked council specifically to commit to this being the design to finish off that whole concept. And so council at the November 16th, 2021 meeting committed both the funding for that second piece as well as the yes to this being the design for the 3 remaining pieces.
Okay. And so tonight, the request is for the 3 remaining, is that correct? So it won't be one at a time each year funding request, it's for all 3, is that correct?
It's for 3 over the course of 3 years, so one per year. So the total dollar amount for a 3-year period would be $111,000 capital improvement and CIP budget, or $37,000 per year for each of 3 years, and that's a little bit of the way that we enter into a contract agreement in terms of pricing. I think if we were to do them sort of one-off or to spread them out a little bit more, there might be some differences in price that we wouldn't have accounted for.
Okay, I have a comment as well. Is it okay? Are we in commenting at this point? So I did vote in 2021 for the design and for the second unit. I was aware of the controversy. Having been dragged to museums as a kid every Sunday, first Sunday of the month, to the Metropolitan Museum, Museum of Modern Art, the Guggenheim, I experienced it and didn't always appreciate what I was seeing. But the one thing that I did learn about art is that it engages and it stimulates, and these sculptures certainly do that. And and the other thing is, art cannot be the lowest common denominator. That's not the way to find anything that engages and stimulates. So I do appreciate the direction, and I appreciate the process that it took to get to this design and the amount of community engagement along the way. And so I'm supportive of it, and I'm supportive of making the commitment for 3. Let's get done with these 3, and let's move on to the next public art idea in town.
Vice Mayor Badami.
So we made a commitment, let's make good on it. It looks like I might have support if I try a motion, so I'm going to try a motion that we receive the Arts and Culture Commission's 3-year plan consisting of capital improvement program CIP funding for completion of the Gateway project and annual funding for maintenance of existing town-owned public artwork, and authorize the town manager to enter a memorandum of understanding for partnership with Silicon Valley Creates, and grant permission for arts and culture commissioners to solicit funding for future public art projects.
I have a motion. Councilmember Moore.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments? Councilmember Hudes.
I have some concerns about the coordination of grants with the town. And so I guess this is a question of the town attorney. As this is worded, is this the last thing? Is there a green light on individuals soliciting grants, or is there the opportunity to refine the process so that perhaps individuals could do the grant writing, but channel them through our staff to make sure that they meet legal requirements and also satisfy potential future commitments? So is there still room to work on those aspects, or by approving this, have we precluded that?
No, this is broad enough to allow for staff review of the grant requirements to make sure that the town can satisfy those requirements.
Okay, thank you. Then I will be supporting.
Okay, well then, any other comments? We have a motion and a second. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Badami.
I just want to add a comment that at a later date, I would be supportive of lighting the sculptures at night. I think that was a grand idea.
All right, we seem to be in concurrence. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Mosing on here. We're going to go to item 18. We have 3 items left, council members, and we are approaching 11 o'clock. So let's see if we can finish this up in an hour. And our Economic Vitality Manager, Monica Wren.
Good evening. I will try to be equal parts thorough and concise, given that it is 11 o'clock. Before you this evening, we have an agenda item to talk to you about, just share with you a little bit about the trends that have been taking place in events, to give an overview of what 2022 looked like, and then request some resources or some direction moving forward. Next slide, please. The discussion is quite complex and gets a little bit intertwined and can get confusing. So we tried to pull here some highlights from the report, and that I'll run through pretty quickly. And then as the discussion progresses, if you have questions, we can go back and staff can help with those. Next slide, please. As we discuss events tonight and as we permit them in town, there's a distinct difference between the way we look at events. So first we have our town events. Those are the ones that are put on by town staff. They're adopted into the budget to pay the hard costs, and then the staff time is actually absorbed into the budget within each department. Next, we have our special events. Oh, thank you. Next, we have our special events. And so this is really what requires a permit. And within that, the majority of those are festivals, the wine walks, art shows, things like that, concerts. Those are when there's a third-party vendor or community partner, such as the Chamber of Commerce or a nonprofit or for-profit group that comes forward to do an event. We also have a block party permit. So this is not included in the chart on the right there, but we do permit block parties separately from special events where a neighborhood can come forward if they have consensus and they can close a street to host some sort of little gathering. And then we have our free speech events, and these kind of teeter in between a special event and an organic event. So our town code does recognize free speech events, and we do look for permitting of those events only so we can work through logistics, timing, crowd size of what is planned, just so that we can best support those folks coming forward. That said, we do understand that free speech events are protected by the First Amendment right, so they don't necessarily need a permit, and sometimes can fall within that organic event category. Finally, we have these organic events, and I can't think of a better term other than organic, and it's something like Halloween. So nobody plans it, no one advertises it, yet we end up with quite a bit of activity around trick-or-treating in two specific neighborhoods in town. That would be the Almond Grove and then Johnson. So if you look over to the right, there's a chart there that will show you kind of, these are particularly the special events that have received permits over the past several years. And then looking for at 2022, those 25 events, several of those were actually series events. So when we break that down to how many days we hosted an event in town last year, it comes out to 62 days. And that doesn't include block permits or block parties or the free speech events, the organic events, and it also does not include the weekly farmers market. Next slide, please. So particularly when we look at staff resources that are being used, the chart on the right is a condensed version of what was in the staff report. And it's really just to give give a snapshot of how many staff hours go into various events in town. And how we support those. So this by no means means that, staff doesn't enjoy supporting these events. It really just was to provide the council with a frame of reference for what it takes. And none of these events are necessarily budgeted for these hours. These are outside of what the staff does to process the permits. This is actually time to plan traffic closures, to work at the actual events. If you look down at the Children's Holiday Parade, that one in particular was a little bit higher this year because we did have staff develop a traffic road closure plan, one that we haven't had in the past. And if we want to move forward with using that in the future, we will need so it was about 100 hours that went into that. So it's about an 800-hour commitment each year. Next year, there should be a little bit more hours dedicated to that just to get it stamped and finalized. But then moving forward, it would be closer to like the 800 mark. I should note that within the budget, we do note in-kind services for the parade and the tree lighting. Those are actually assigned a dollar amount in the budget, and they don't necessarily equate to that 910 hours. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, the town staff got together in the beginning of January because we recognized that the amount of work that was going into supporting events was really wonderful. It was vital. The community was, bursting with energy and engagement. But we realized that we kind of hit our max point as staff, that we really can't sustain the amount of support that's going in without something changing or without some some additional programming. So we reached out to our known event organizers, and these are the events that we have either heard back that will happen or we already have permits in the works for 2023. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the resources that we allocate, I can't see, I'm sorry, I have to pull this up on my slide. Okay, so when we talk about the resources that we allocate for supporting events, first there's the core event services. So those are what we plan on as a part of the permit process or as a part of the staff planning the events. So these are looking at, we have a conditional letter of approval that we issue, for example. So we'll meet as a town staff team, we'll look at logistics, we'll look at, you know, what the components of the event are, the time frame, the location, and then we'll come up with, we have kind of a standard menu of support that's required in that conditional letter of approval. So we'll figure out what's appropriate for the types of activities of the event. So that's kind of the core service of how our town staff supports the event process. And then we have the on-site services. So for example, events that require a road closure or have alcohol sales and consumption oftentimes take more town resources to plan for, as well as on-site services. So for example, if we have a large event that's selling and serving alcohol to the community and we know it's open to the community and it, you know, maybe it's 7 or 8 hours long, we'll take 2 officers and we'll put them at that event towards the last 4 or 5 hours of the event, just to ensure that as people consume more, as maybe it gets dark, and as we know we have to open the roads again, we just have we have a better access to life safety services with those 2 officers there on site. The kind of the sticky part with that is that we know they need to be there. However, the majority of the time they're working overtime. So these are, you know, it goes back to a conversation that I think the mayor brought up earlier this evening. It's, you know, staff resources aren't always renewable and they're not always covered with money. So we are looking at you know, people who have worked their full shifts that week and now are working overtime. Likewise, when we talk about street closures, it's great when we can bring in a vendor to do the street closures. However, oftentimes what happens is there's a variety of different vendors that get brought in. So then we still have to rely on the town staff to help kind of guide those vendors and to get them moving in the right direction. So that can take some on-site services as well. And then the next bullet there, it points out the adopted hours. So currently we call out the holiday parade and the tree lighting in the budget for in-kind hours. The tree lighting used to be run by the Community Foundation, and now it's pretty much been absorbed into the town's budget. We are the organization that puts the event on. So that's probably less needing to be noted there in the in-kind services because we actually use the hard budget of events to cover that event now. So probably moving forward, we'll likely just see the holiday parade in those in-kind services if that's what the council would like to see. And then finally, I touched on this a little bit, just those as-needed services. So maybe and this is not always the fault of the organizers, and a lot of times it's not their fault at all. Just the day of something goes wild, maybe half the signs blew down and people didn't move their cars, or maybe you just have folks who are refusing to move their cars, and so we will have our staff go out and help. We really don't like to tow people, so we'll go out, we'll try to find the owner, we'll try to get them to move their cars, things like that, you know, moving barricades, making sure that traffic closures are being done appropriately. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I'm talking really fast. I'm trying to get through this for you. Okay, so finally, we're looking at resource allocation as far as funding goes. So going back to kind of that balance between staffing and funding resources, you know, what can we support from our lean staff team, and then what could we maybe mitigate or help alleviate through funding resources? So as we put our heads together in January as a team and started talking about what we could do, we thought about, you know, is it possible that the town could maybe contract with a traffic management service? So a vendor that we work with exclusively, it's a known entity, it could be either through an RFP process or we could figure that out if it's the will of the council, but something that We have resources. We know we have the traffic closure for the parade, for large events that take place on North Santa Cruz. So, maybe working with them and figuring out something we're not reinventing the wheel every time or working with an unknown entity. So this would be something that if we could allocate some funding towards it, it would free up our other staff members to go back to whatever they're normally doing, or maybe we have half as many that are needed that day to complete the work. Next slide, please. So finally, I had a pretty extensive list I was going to go through, but I'm pretty sure that you've all read the report, so I'm going to keep it very high level, and if you have questions, I'm by no means trying to skip over anything, so please feel free to ask. But what we tried to do here with the facilities use policy is really first provide the updates to the insurance. It noted the old insurance requirements as well as the old timelines for getting an event permit. So we clarified some of that language in there. We also teased out Oak Meadow Park and Plaza Park. In the former policy, the two were grouped together with similar set of rules. And, we recognize that actually they're not used the same by folks. Oak Meadow Park tends to be something that is more picnic friendly, is more kind of family friendly, or corporate event friendly, and whereas we see Plaza Park tends to be more of those community events just given its location. So we separated those out. The majority of the language for those are very standard. The one thing that I do want to point out is that the policy recommends, no more than 3 closures on North Santa Cruz for the year, so that would include the parade, and then no more than 8 for Montebello and Broadway, which are added into the policy as well. That would not include Farmers Market, so they would be open to have other events there. And then finally, it's important to note that special event permits and park use permits are quite different. So somebody coming forward to Oak Meadow Park, maybe they want to rent 4 of the picnic areas for a birthday party or a corporate event. That's not necessarily something that's going to trigger a special event. So that process just goes straight through the Parks Department, and they can obtain that special use permit. Once it triggers a special event permit, we will incorporate the Parks use permit with that process so that folks don't have to go through 2 separate processes. We try to keep it very streamlined for them. Next slide, please. So finally, here are just those 3 points again of the things that we're hoping to achieve tonight. And again, I apologize for the quick chat, but hopefully we can answer any questions you have and keep you moving tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a lot of information. I have one quick question. When you talk about Montebello closed 8 times only, Jazz in the Plaza, when that's 10 weeks, that's 10 closures right there.
So technically, Jazz in the Plaza does not have permission to close the street. So they have put folks out there as a part of their event to help in their kind of way to just help keep traffic going in and out that needs to go to the post office or needs to move through. This is something that they've taken on as their own, but it is not classified as a street closure and is not approved as a street closure.
So it'd be 8 closures exclusive of Jazz in the Plaza. And then the other question I have, is that related to the bus, which we're no longer going to have going through there on weekends anymore after April?
So the 8 was just something that we came up with. It's really so we talked a lot about limiting the use of the street and keeping it open for the roadway. And even within the staff team, we kind of went back and forth, does it make more sense to have people up on the lawn? Does it make more sense to close that? We've heard from the community that they wish the whole thing was closed as a thoroughfare all the time. But the reality is we have the post office there and people need to access it and the post office needs to access it. So there's also the give and take of if we had, events happening all the time on weekdays, then we're needing to reroute the post office traffic. So just looking at things that kind of help balance all of the stakeholders' needs, the VTA, the post office, the events, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing from the public on a number of things, but just clarifying, I was looking at the screen and I thought I saw a list of requested events for 2023. Was that in the staff report?
That was not in the staff report. So that information has come in since the staff report. We put out the survey and then we've collected that information. So it wasn't, but we did want to provide that info for you tonight.
Okay. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to read it because of the typeface and the size.
Yeah, can we go back to that? Do you want to go back and
I don't know if
take a look
going
at that?
back will help because I couldn't read it from the distance here.
And then maybe
I'd be happy to
Manager
read
Wren
through
can
that.
read the
Sure.
events.
So the town events that are taking place are Screen on the Green, the San Francisco Opera Concert. I'll come to that in 1 second. 4th of July, Screen on the Green, and the holiday tree lighting. So Spring into Green, 4th of July, Screen on the Green, and holiday tree lighting are the four that take place annually. This year, the library has been in contact with the San Jose Opera, and they have a program where they will come through and do a 3-day kind of it's like a really cool trailer it sets up, and they'll do a concert on our lawn, a symphony concert. And so we're going to have that this summer as well, hosted by the library. So it's not necessarily adopted within the town budget, but it is part of the library programs. As far as the special events go, we have an application for a St. Patrick's Day event downtown. We've received a Cats Hills bike race application. We have several trail and street runs that we expect to have back. Girls on the Run, the Jolly 10K. We know that there's a turkey trot that has reached out to us. They haven't applied yet, but we do understand that that's coming. The Hippity Hoppity Egg Hunt actually happens every year. They don't get a special event permit. They get a special parks use permit, but because they came forward through this survey, we wanted to be upfront with you that came in. We already have an application for the Spring Wine Walk, and that takes place the Saturday right before Spring into Green, which is Sunday for Earth Day. So it's a great weekend to be in town. The veterans have shown interest in doing their 2 events, Memorial Day and 9/11. We have a park dance application that's actually for June, and I believe it's with the folks who do Jazz on the Plaza. Music in the Park was approved tonight. Jazz on the Plaza has said that they will be coming forward. We have not heard from Fiesta de Arts yet, but given the long history, I wanted to make sure that we included it in the list. Oktoberfest was a new event last year, and they've stated that they would like to come back this year. The St. Mary's Fair intends to come back, and then we do already have an application for the Children's Holiday Parade.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes.
Do any of these involve closure of North Santa Cruz, and have we used up our 3?
The Children's Holiday Parade is the only one that we're aware of at this point that closes the street, the North Santa Cruz.
Okay.
Councilmember Rennie.
So just a couple questions. So the St. Mary's Fair, I recall, is all on their own private property. Why do we need a permit?
So they do close Linden Avenue, part of Linden Avenue for
Okay.
one of the rides. Also, the size and scope of the event does meet the town ordinance. They have over 100 people. They serve alcohol. It's open to the community. And because it takes place, quote unquote, adjacent to public property, it meets those needs. And just, being involved in that on both the town side and a more personal side, the scope of it, I think, definitely warrants that. We also have officers there that the police department, requires as a part of the permit, and they're there every day.
And the one on the top of the list we can't see was April, St. Patrick's Day. And you said they wanted to come to downtown. Is that going to be in Plaza Park?
So we're currently working with these event organizers. It's a new event, and it's been great because they're open to working with us. They're looking at using Montebello and Broadway. They're also open to using part of Plaza Park. I think without going too far down the rabbit hole, I think part of they're just looking at how they can fund it and make it work. It's a group that's looking to bring back that tradition that we once saw at CB Hannigan's. So there is a lot of potential for it to be a really wonderful and vital community event. We just have to figure out how it's going to work in that location.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I guess to follow on, because we asked about the closure of Santa Cruz, which of these would close Montebello? It sounds like the St. Patrick's Day event. Are there any others?
No, just the same. It's the St. Patrick's Day event, and then Spring Into Green doesn't close Montebello because it piggybacks with the farmers market that already closes it, but it does close a portion of Maine. So it may or may not fall into that, and we can definitely modify that number if the council feels like it's too much or too little. But I think what we're really trying to achieve as staff is we're really trying to feel like we do have some better boundaries to not necessarily to say no, because we love to support all the events that come forward. They're so wonderful, but figuring out a way that we can make them work so that they can be maybe a little more self-sufficient and meet the needs of what they're looking to do.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moore, and then we still have public comment.
Right, thank you. Yeah, I have a few more specific questions that I'll get into after public comment, but so with that kind of, with the idea that we have these 8 and these 3, one thing I'd be really interested in is if we do end up getting more applications than that, having this come back to the town council to kind of reassess, because I think, like we're saying with the 8, if we decide that Jazz on the Plaza does need to apply or whatever, then that number should probably be a lot higher. And so I think if we do end up seeing a lot of applications, I think it'd be good to reassess that and make sure we're, providing all of the events we want for the community.
We can definitely do that, and the code also, not the code, the policy also allows for things to be approved by the council. So for example, when the promenades came forward last year, that was actually approved through a council agreement with them. So it wouldn't have necessarily even fallen under this policy. The council could have said, hey, with this, we don't want any more, or they could have said, maybe we'll do one other, but that's really, to Councilmember Moore's point, there is flexibility, but what we want to do is make sure that this is a very transparent and open conversation with the council so they know what's taking place.
Continue.
Thank you. Yeah, just one quick follow-up on that. So I saw that in the North Santa Cruz one, but not in the Montebello piece of the policy. So that was something I'm actually interested in adding to that part of the policy is having that same kind of latitude to, if there's an event that we decide is especially important, that we can come to the council and say, hey, we should look into this.
We can certainly add that. The 8 was actually added later on, and so it was an oversight on my part, but we can certainly make those, the same if there is a number limit that you choose to go with.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Then I'll open the public comment, and I have no hands on Zoom. I have 2 speakers, Rick Miller.
It's been a long time since I've been down here at these meetings. I was telling the chief that I used to see Harold Johnson and Larry Todd sitting over there, so that's how long it's been. My name's Rick Miller. I'm chairman of the Los Gatos Children's Christmas Parade. After 2 years of canceling because of COVID, this year was a challenge, but with the help of chief and giving me a good team, and then Public Works and Steve and everybody down there, that the parade was very successful, and that was a 66th year, and so I'm looking forward to the 67th year. I've been working this parade since 1978, so Lions Club does know how to put it on, and also so does our police department, Public Works. So I want to thank the council and the staff for letting us do it again this year, and looking forward to working with you in 10 months? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that dedication. Our next and final speaker on this topic is Carol Musser.
Also, good evening, and I want to acknowledge Mayor Risto, council members Hudis and Rob, and Mary and Rob. Anyway, I just have a few comments, not knowing the specifics coming into the evening and wanted you of what you were going to address, and I'm sure this will be coming to us as you move along. But I just wanted to show my support, and a few comments are that, this parade is a signature event in Los Gatos every year, and the community certainly looks forward to it, and we hope it also means something to you. And I know just as I walked out of the door, I was telling my son that I was coming down here, and I just mentioned to him about the parade, and he says, what? He says, the parade can't stop. You know, it's like these all of our kids have grown up with them. It's part of our culture, and it's a part of an annual thing that you expect. But anyway, just to recap, the Los Gatos Recreation Department and the Los Gatos Lions Club, and also the town through the police department and the town, work together with the town and if both of these organizations, and they make the major contributions for the operations and implementing the parade. And the Recreation Department does provide countless hours of staff time in doing the organization and doing the computerization. And the Lions have taken on more responsibilities and costs each year that used to be provided by the town. And each year we've been asked and we've stepped up to accommodate more of these costs. The Lions paid extra last year for some traffic expenses, and the Lions always provide hundreds of hours of volunteer hours. And personally, I've been involved in the parade also probably, God knows, 37 years. I'm an old, long-time community person, and every year I put in my 150 hours and help raise funds through the program we produce. And this is not a fundraising event, so it's like we offer this as a service. I've been involved on the committee for all this time, and I also serve on the Christmas Foundation board as a board of directors meeting. And one thing I know, I guess we would like to know more. I'd like to know more in detail about the town's overview of the 910 staff hours. We want to hear the concerns and find mutual solutions. And I do appreciate your positive staff report conclusion comments regarding the traffic management and the consideration of funding support. And I just want to thank you for all your time and supporting us, and we look forward to being back again. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all your volunteer hours. Okay, that closes our public comment, and I'm going to turn this around for Councilmember Rennie.
I'll start off with some questions. Actually, I'm getting tired, so maybe I'll give you a couple kudos. I like the idea of the smart use of officers, the idea of bringing them in at the end instead of saying, oh, well, we need officers at this event. It starts at this time. Let's get them there. It seems really smart to limit the number of hours, or saying it's unlikely to need officers at the first minute that an event starts. It's more likely to be later. So I appreciate your thought process there. Question on another thought process, though. When I look at the policy manual, I guess I like the idea of you breaking out the different venues as you've done. But what immediately became obvious to me is we haven't mentioned the theater, which is somebody who's thinking about using town facilities. The theater's now one that we've added, and I'm sure you didn't put it in here because we haven't used it yet and hasn't become a problem, but I'm wondering if it should also be mentioned in the manual.
The theater is actually being operated by a separate entity, and so the use of the theater is governed by the arrangement that we have in terms of when the town can use it. But it's up to the operator to determine how the public might have access to it under the specifications that the town agreed to with the operator. So we see that as a little bit different than a town facility. If we were operating it, then absolutely it would need to be in this policy. But since we are not the operator, it's being handled through our operator.
Okay. Somebody looking for it might think differently, but I get it. Let me maybe go to a different one. So, holiday lights. I hear there's all kinds of headaches going on with that. They seem to be 135 hours to put them up, and we haven't taken them down yet. And I understand we haven't figured out who's going to store them, who's going to pay for storing them. I'm wondering if it's time to just get rid of them.
So that is an option. I do want to acknowledge that the town did purchase those. We met with the chamber earlier in the week to kind of talk through all of this. The town does have storage, so we've got a storage solution. Our street crews have been busy working on the storms, quite honestly. and there's only so much that a small crew can do. So the lights are now being taken down. We also didn't want to take them down, move them to one location, then have to move them again. So now we are in the process. We've been working primarily with the private property owners first because we understood that was the priority. But the rest of the lights will be coming down here shortly. I know our Director of Parks and Public Works has joined us on the Zoom if you have more detailed questions. But I think the whole issue of the lights might be a separate conversation that we might want to have. We think there is still some useful life, but the storage is, $12,000 a year now that we're just absorbing into the budget. It does take staff hours to hang them up and then to do the maintenance work.
Okay, so yeah, I think maybe we should maybe have a discussion. It's another point about that. That was one of my questions was, how much useful life is there? I think we've had like 3 years. And I would ask questions like, maybe there's certain ones of them that are worth not doing anymore that are creating most of the work. Like maybe I know the one on the plaza looks nice, but I saw the guys out there took like 3 days to put those up. So maybe it's worth thinking about which parts of it are most effective to use, and maybe we could have a lot of savings and even storage space savings if we sold or got rid of certain ones of it. So when we bring that back, that would be some things I would be interested in thinking about versus just, a yes or no kind of thing on that. I want to understand, if I could keep going, the Santa Cruz closure, wanting it to limit to 3 days. I agree in the sense that it's costly and a big deal, and I would prefer us to focus events that give maximum impact per cost spent kind of thing. But the question really is about cost recovery. Are we getting cost recovery? And, if should we start charging a lot more for a Santa Cruz closure? What if somebody who wants to come along and is willing to pay the full cost of closing the streets more than 3 times? Why would we not want to do that?
Well, I think a couple of things. The why question is probably up to the council, and considering the impacts on the neighbors and the community when that street's closed, time of day, type of activity. I think that's probably outside of what the opinion that I think I should offer. So that would really be up to you to decide, the why and the number. As far as the cost goes, we are working really hard to get there. So the fee schedule did not used to have an amount for the anti-vehicle barriers to be used. We have added that in the proposed fee schedule that's going to come forward to the council. Staff did a lot of research to really understand what it takes to install the ones that we have now. They do take a minimum of 2 staff for the entire event, and sometimes 3 if there needs to be a lunch given, but they take 2 staff to install, and then 1 staff member has to stay with that anti-vehicle barrier the entire time so that if a fire truck has to come through, it can be lowered. I do understand there are other options on the market. Maybe all of them don't need to be serviced by a staff member for the entire time. But again, that would be, research and funding allocation to buy those. When the parade took place, and if I'm misspeaking, the chief can step in here. When the parade took place, we did actually look to other jurisdictions and those police departments to use their anti-vehicle barricades because they were easier to deploy and easier to manage during the event. So there are options. Someone could definitely come in and say, we want to close this whole street, we want to pay for it. However, just the nature of the environment with events these days and kind of how things happen in the communities and the tragedies that we've all come to know of, it's not just about that closure, it's about the surrounding areas. So even if it's completely controlled and we have maybe 2 officers in the closure, it takes 2 patrol units to manage that area during the closure as well. So it's taking them away from their other work. So it's not always just about the manual closing and opening. There's a lot more that goes into it just for community security. And I want to give the chief a chance to speak more if she wants to elaborate.
Thank you, Jamie Field, Chief of Police. So very well said. The only additional that I would add is during the parade, we did reach out to other partners within the county to see if there's additional barricades that would be available because of the extensive distance of the closure. We wanted to assure some safety precautions that were put in place with additional barricades beyond what we have available to the town immediately. So we did receive other barricades from another nearby jurisdiction. Just like Monica Wren said, it is really a focus right now on the safety and security because of the changing climate of special events, of the town closures, and we have to be very mindful of that. And in doing so, in doing those closures, it does require additional staff in addition to, if there's 2 officers required for that special event. Those are 2 officers that are embedded in that event. It doesn't mean that there's not more staff that's needed from our end, whether it be parking, community service officers, or sworn staff, to be able to close down, bookend the closures so that the barricades and other services can be placed within that area. So it really does take those 2 additional officers and the entire patrol team, and that is if they're available and not responding to other incidents. It's also keeping in mind that we do only have on our staff 2 parking control officers, and our community service officers are interns, so it's all dependent on their school schedules and availability.
So if I could follow up on 2 pieces before I let Mr. Hudis jump on this subject. In there you mentioned event organizers involved professional traffic control. Is this related to this or to something else?
It would be related to this. Like, so if we take, for example, the parade, what we found is that if we were able to involve more traffic management support through either a contract or that vendor, the first thing is that the town staff needs direct access to those vendors. So if we, in your example, if we were just say, go ahead, close the street, use the resources, the town staff still needs to be in touch with that vendor to understand if they're meeting our needs. And then by using that traffic vendor, it allows us to alleviate some of like what maybe the parking control officers would do or the community service interns would do. So there's still going to be interaction with the police department and with Parks and Public Works, but it won't fall solely on them to do that. We'll have a little bit more fluidity as the service.
So by requiring that, what I'm hearing is we still need some staff resources, but we'll be pulling less overtime to get it done, putting less stress on staff, and that might be a better solution. In terms of, it's probably almost the same cost in terms of the organizers themselves, but it's helpful to us. Second question is, so again, I want to move more towards full cost recovery for whenever we close Santa Cruz, but I don't want to put any more burden on the children's parade. I feel like that's sort of a co-town event, and so my question is it considered a co-town event? How do I make sure we're not forcing full cost recovery on something I consider a co-town event?
So we definitely share the sentiment of, we truly appreciate all of the work that goes into that event and that it really does feel like a co-town event. Even with all the work that goes into it, the staff sits around and talks about how amazing it is and how wonderful it is. So by adopting those in-kind services in the budget, essentially what has happened is the town council has said this is sort of a co-event, but what we wanted to provide to the council tonight is that in addition to noting those in-kind services, we really need some funding to help support the traffic closure there. So it needs to be a little bit more robust. It needs to be a little bit broader. And if we can rely on a traffic control company that we have hired and we are working directly with, it will give us the ability to free up some of our resources and some of our volunteers to be in other places, to provide other services. And we still intend on fully supporting the parade at that level, but at that level right now isn't enough that's in the in-kind services.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to yield.
Okay, Councilmember Hudis.
So starting with sort of a big picture question, how was this developed? Was there a collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce or other business leaders that said that they thought this was the right number, or that having this number generated the right amount of economic vitality and balanced other needs? How did we get to this?
We got to this number in an internal conversation because it comes down to also considering when we have time to refurbish the turf on the plazas and when we need access to the businesses. So this was a conversation that started around town facilities use. And to be honest, that report actually grew exponentially as our conversations unfolded. It started as a very kind of high level conversation we wanted to bring to the council to just share an overview of what 2022 looked like and kind of what we were expecting. And then as we started to pull the thread, it really became obvious that all of these things were intertwined and layered. So the facilities use policy, we made these suggestions, but they're really truly just suggestions. So if there is a desire from the council to say, we really want to encourage events to be on Montebello, and it's okay if the post office has to reroute and we don't want to limit it, that's okay with staff too. We just want to know, we want to be very upfront with what it takes. Something like closing Montebello takes less than closing North Santa Cruz because it is a one-way street. There are ways around it. We do have that closure traffic plan that we use for farmers market every week. They are able to enact their own closure. We allow events to enact their own closure as long as they follow that traffic plan. So it is a much lower level closure. We just wanted to be very upfront with the council if that's something that they want to do, because it does impact the community in other ways.
So just to follow up to that, it seems the town staff is recommending or implying a certain number of events that's appropriate. And yet in the next statement in the report, it says some events require tremendous amount of effort and some are mostly self-sufficient. So my question is, why not evaluate events on a case-by-case basis, relying on reason and discretion, rather than starting with certain numbers, which we then say could be overridden by council? Why not just work on this on a case-by-case basis?
We can certainly do that if that's the direction of the council. One other point to note is that we tend to encourage folks to also consider the Civic Center as a location for events. We've heard from the businesses that they like the exposure of events. However, oftentimes when an event is the destination, there's not a ton of shopping that happens. So if the destination is Plaza Park versus the destination is Civic Center, and we can balance that out, then sometimes we do tend to encourage folks to come to the Civic Center, to the point that the fee schedule has carved out a reduced fee for the use of the Civic Center. And that's been historically done because there's kind of always been this notion that the town Plaza Park should stay open for public to use, to run through the fountain, to have it as a kind of impromptu place. If the council feels that maybe they want to balance the playing field between the Civic Center and the Plaza Park and want to make both of them level, we can also look at that, and we can look at that when we bring the fees forward as well.
Vice Mayor Badami and then Councilmember Moore.
Since we're just providing comments and giving direction and thoughts at this time, I'm going to give mine. I understand the point about the case-by-case basis, but when we're talking about the holiday parade, that's not a case-by-case. That's a given. I mean, that's a 66-year tradition, bringing joy to our families and our children. So that's going to be at the top of my list. We're given some direction on page 10 of the staff report as to, where we want to offer specific points where direction can be sought. And that's where I'm going to give my direction, that we support the funding, potentially, for the expanded use of a professional traffic management vendor to accommodate the children's holiday parade. We have to be very mindful of safety and security concerns, so I get the point of maybe just limiting North Santa Cruz Ave closure to 3 days. But holiday parade, that's a non-starter for me.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'm also very supportive of funding for traffic closures. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's good. So I think when we're talking about North Santa Cruz and Main Street, so we've said this report says only 3 per year. And I mean, that makes sense probably for this year, right? We have this, we have chamber leadership, which is unfortunately changing. And so it doesn't seem like there's going to be promenades this year. But I had similar thoughts to Councilmember Rennie that if there was an entity that was willing to front the costs, and I thought about even including something like a police services fee or something for, especially if we go beyond that 3, because I think that, if the next chamber leadership becomes incredible fundraisers and they end up having all of this money, I think it's at least something to be open to. And I get that the unless otherwise approved kind of gets at that, but I think we should be careful about that, restricting that too much. Unlike Councilmember Rennie, I love the holiday lights, and I would hesitate to nix that very much. So going to the kind of in the staff report, when we get to road closures in general, this doesn't match up to a section in the policy, so I might just be not reading this all the way right. But when we talk about road closures in general, it says recommends that the policy require that special events organizers involve a professional traffic control company. I think that's great in general. I think that for block parties and things at that really small scale, that is a big ask for a small event. And so I want to make sure that that's not part of that. And I have a few more things, but if you want to.
Quickly, I'll clarify that. So it is a little confusing, but that's why it's specific in the policy for those locations, because we do not expect block parties to have a traffic management company come out. Likewise, side streets like Montebello, when Fiesta de Arts is here, they have their own traffic plan that they paid for. They have their own supplies, and their folks close the small roads. It's really when we're looking at the thoroughfares that have multiple feeder streets that we need to engage a traffic company, because it doesn't just matter that it's closed, it's the order in which you close it and reopen it. And so we knowing that that's our main thoroughfare, we need to make sure that that's done properly.
Right, and that all makes a ton of sense to me. So thank you for that clarification. 2 other things. So on Oak Meadow Park, so there was a provision, and I don't have it right in front of me, in the policy about not shutting down the whole park and things like that. I was wondering about this isn't listed on there, but it happened last year. The Rotary's Great Race, they run not a marathon, but a 10K, and they run through the whole park. And so I just wanted to make sure that policy doesn't preclude that sort of use. I don't think it would, but.
So this is specifically to Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. If they're running through the park, then it's not closing the park. What we're trying to avoid is, we did have one event that came forward, and it was a fantastic event, but they wanted exclusive use of the entire Oak Meadow Park on a Saturday. And we just said, that's where our folks come to use the carousel, to ride the train. And if it's open to the public, that's one thing. But if they're booking every single area and the parking lot, it just really changes the use of that. So again, that's something that the council can decide to leave in the policy or not leave in the policy, but that's why it's there. The intent was that, again, like Plaza Park, we're trying to keep some of these facilities that are really treasures to the full community accessible at all times.
Okay, great, thank you. And then one more question on the ABC portion of this. So, how I read the ABC policy is that really you're only wanting events that have barriers. The barriers are necessary for the events, and I think that in general that makes sense. I think that's probably safer and discourages drinking and for people that shouldn't be. But I think, and I guess this is kind of my approach to this whole thing. I hope that there is the unless otherwise approved portion in there for that as well, because I think that with the promenades we ended up doing wristbands, and I think that worked to a certain degree, and I think there's I think there's different ways to do that to make sure that we're not stifling our partners. And so I think with all of these things, I like the policy. I think that it's good, but those specific, the 3 and the 8 numbers and some of these really specific things like the barriers, I think I just want to be careful that we're making sure that if a great event ends up coming up with a great proposal where they cross all their T's and dot their I's, that we have that flexibility still.
So I do want to address the barriers. Maybe the term is too strong in the policy, but ABC does require a barrier. A barrier can be a barricade with a pennant flag. A barrier can be a fence. Now, when it comes to Santa Clara County Fire, they probably don't want an event fenced in. And we probably don't want the park fenced in. Maybe, maybe not. But really what it is ABC requires you to set boundaries. They require you to have specific ingress and egress areas that are monitored. And so I think barrier, we could change that word if it's sounding like it's difficult to understand, and I can see it sounds like a very strong word, but really what it is it's a delineation. So you have to have some sort of delineation, and we actually don't have the opportunity to change that. That's an ABC policy, but it doesn't have to be solid. So it could be, one of the rentable picket fences that are 3 feet tall or anything, but there just has to be some sort of delineation to show folks where that ABC license starts and stops.
Okay, great. That makes sense. Yeah, my question about that was kind of, I know with the last year we had talked about kind of with the promenades, it was maybe only going to be beer gardens or something like that, and I didn't want to restrict us to kind of that use. Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
Let's try to close this off. So I think I'm in agreement with the bullets in the conclusion, which includes adopting the policy. I hear Mr. Moore with a couple concerns on the policy. Maybe we go ahead with it and the 3 and the 8 and we see how it works out, or maybe you'd like to make a couple suggestions. So let me see if you want to make a motion that and changes anything in here. I haven't really, some of the things I'm interested in is making sure we're getting full cost recovery, which isn't really in here. And I do wonder about the 3 and so forth, but if we aren't doing promenades for a while, it may not be a big deal. I don't know where we're going to get beyond 8 on Montebello, so I'm okay kind of leaving them where they are, but let's, would you like to try a motion on something?
I'm sorry, I have one clarifying question on the full cost recovery. So when we originally adopted the fee schedule several years ago, there's a for-profit and a nonprofit rate that special event permits pay. The for-profit rate is intended to capture the cost of the permit processing, and the nonprofit is subsidized by the town to encourage events. So we could keep those the same. Are you looking for there to be a difference between nonprofit and for-profit, or are you looking for everyone to provide full cost recovery?
If I could respond, I would like us to maybe look at that again. It's not something we can do tonight, but when we put that in place 3-4 years ago when we were running a lot of surpluses in our budget, and I felt like we could be generous. I'd like to look at it again and see how generous are we being in the new context of where our budgets sit now.
If I got to add on to that, I think it would be, as we look at that, I think the council always has the option, if it would prohibit an event from going forward by a nonprofit, to say, you know what, we won't require full cost recovery for this one event. Everything I was going to say has pretty much been said, but one thing, I appreciate the numbers of like 3 closures on Santa Cruz, 8 closures for Montebello. I don't know if those are the right numbers, and we can always have an event come before us and change that. But I think it gives us a feeling for what staff feels can be handled and what will fit. And I do know that closing Santa Cruz Avenue is so intense. And I don't know if any event that closes Santa Cruz Avenue actually helps our businesses anyway, because the party becomes in the middle of the street. And so if we're looking at vitality, I think it's better to have events that are in a smaller venue or on the sidewalks and keeps the street open. So for those reasons, I support all of the items in here, knowing that we can, re-examine this or look at it on a case-by-case basis. So, do I have a motion? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to check with staff really quick, and then I'm happy to make a motion. So the one kind of big thing that I was worried about was in the Montebello not having the provision about under their 8 times unless otherwise. So I don't know if that's more just administrative, but I can include that in my motion too.
If you'd like to have that, you could go ahead and include it in your motion. We've captured it here tonight, but if it provides the security, and we'll make those align so that it's similar direction just for each location.
Okay, great. Then are we just asked to receive? Is that the whole? No.
We're making, go ahead. Town attorney.
The recommendation is also to approve the proposed modifications to the facilities use policy.
Okay, Councilmember Randy, you want to go for it? Or someone, sorry.
Okay, so I think I'm on the right page. I'll make a motion basically approving the items in the conclusion, which are to allocate town resources to support the Children's Holiday Parade, including this possibility of supporting the expanded use of professional traffic management. So I guess it says possible. So can we take out the word possible in the motion, I guess?
We sure can.
Yeah, so probably possible doesn't make sense in a motion. So including the expanded use of professional traffic management vendor, that seems to make sense for street closures and traffic management of the event. Allocation of funds to support the use of professional traffic manager vendor for closures on Halloween in Almond Grove and Johnson neighborhoods, Bullitt, and adopt the modified red line draft of the facilities use policy. And then Council Moore had a little bit of direction change on that, and I'll include whatever he said. That would be the motion, I think.
Hold on. So do we have Councilmember Moore?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, and that covers what you, okay. Vice Mayor Badami.
I was going to ask for clarification on what Councilmember Moore said that he wanted added in the motion.
Just that under the, basically confirming the language or matching up the language with the North Main Street closure at 3 times unless otherwise approved by council, doing the same thing for Montebello, 8 unless otherwise approved.
Aligning North Santa Cruz and Montebello closures. So the same conditions.
Okay.
Not the same number of closures, but the options to change it.
Okay, with that, I'll be supporting the motion and happy to have the holiday parade in there.
Okay. Any other comments? Councilmember Hudes, and then I'll call the question.
Sure. I won't be supporting the motion. I don't think the policy was developed in collaboration with the business environment. And I think that it looked at one side of the equation, which is very important, and that is what can the town handle. But I don't think it looked adequately at what can this do to contribute to the economic vitality of the town. I think that's critically important with these events. I think we do it for the pleasure of our residents, but we also do it for vibrancy of our community. And I just don't see that engagement in here. The other issue that I have with the idea that, yes, the council could override or, essentially, that's only if the council knows about it. If these things have been turned down at the staff level and we don't know that there's this next great idea. So I think it's much better to handle this on a case-by-case basis rather than with limits and numbers that particularly haven't been vetted. So I won't be supporting.
I'll encourage people to come before the council if you have an idea. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one quick clarification for staff. So I think we also provided the direction that if these numbers end up being way out of line, staff will come back to the council and say, hey, maybe we need to up this on Montebello or whatever.
Yes, and we can provide like quarterly updates in your manager's memo that just keeps you up to date with how many events we have. To date, we've never denied an event since I've been here in this position. We've always found a way to get there. So I am encouraged that we'll continue to do that, but we'll keep the council up to date. And then definitely if there's decisions to be made, we'll come back before you.
Great. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
Yeah. And we have to make another motion in a few minutes because it's almost midnight. Yes, Councilmember Hughes.
Just one comment to clarify. I am not opposing the holiday parade. I think it's already allowed under existing regulations. I don't think an additional law is required to allow that.
Okay. And I just want to comment that I appreciate the hard work staff did to look at this. I think we need, as a council, to have a full understanding of what events we're putting on, what the impacts are on our staff and on the town. And I think having this discussion, having this information helps us make better decisions. So I appreciate the hard work you did. With that, I'm going to call the question because we need to get to another motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Hughes voting no. Now that it's approaching midnight, yes, Councilmember Rennie.
So our policy is we can't go past midnight without a motion. I think we can get through the last two items fairly quickly, so I'd like to make a motion that we continue till 12:20.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we will go till 12:20. And now we're going to item 19 with Director Baker.
Be conscientious of your time, and the next item on there. We'll start with the presentation up there, if we can. Or the slides. And this is comes to you in terms of our diversity, equity, inclusion work as it pertains to national recognition months and cultural holidays. Just jump to the next slide there. Just want to start off by saying that our work is really year-round work in a lot of these areas in terms of our staff is concerned. Our main goal in the library is ensuring equitable access to collections that reflect a broad range of authors, primary characters, histories, and narratives in which community members can find representation and broaden their worldviews. We do this in three separate means. Collections, where we're conscientiously collecting in areas that show diverse ranges of characters, as mentioned here. Advocacy, we work on state and national levels to have strong voices in changing in the publishing industry, to have more inclusion. We're also on the forefront of supporting freedom to read and fighting the effects of efforts to ban books. And access is making sure that we have formats and alternative formats, including languages other than English. Also programs that stretch year-round that appeal to a broad variety of interests and backgrounds. We'll move on to the next slide. During the course of the year, there are 33 cultural or national holidays. These are single-day events that we will be recognizing. This will be kind of like the official list, as it were. We have the ability to add more to these. This list has grown with community input. And we are welcome to suggestions for community if they have others. Just mention that as we go forward with having these, it doesn't mean that we'll necessarily have the collections that will represent them equally, just due to limitations of availability from different publishers. For instance, Hanukkah, I can probably get 300 books, and Nowruz, I can probably get 3. So it's just the way that is. So just limitation you should be aware of. It's not intentional. It's just the way the publishing industry works. Moving on to the next slide. On the left-hand side, you'll see the 14 national recognition months or weeks that we are having as the ones that we'll be celebrating. On the right-hand side, I've added 7 more that are very library-specific. I've added those not really in the terms of this context, but just so you have an idea of where things line up in terms of workload. So are there more? Yep, there's absolutely more, but this is kind of what we can handle. You'll notice that in the recognition months, we do have ones that some may say, well, that's a little more medical. Is that really where we're coming from? And this is really chosen as they represent equity and access. Those ones that have that type of stance are generally a chronic disability that occurs at birth or onsets before adulthood and is likely to continue indefinitely and results in functional limitations that have barriers to socialization, historically including being alienated, ostracized, marginalized, or limited or diminished privileged access to engage, find inclusion, representation, or life opportunities afforded to peers. And that's how we've chosen those. So it's not a definitive list of every diagnosis of something. That was a specific guidelines we were going with. The only thing that's going to be very, very different on here is suicide prevention, National Suicide Prevention Month. That one is kind of overlaps with high school, and that one is pretty relevant to the community as a whole. And moving on to the next slide there, deliverables. This is what we are proposing that you will see, or that you the community should expect to see. If it is a month-long sort of celebration, you'll see social media posts, newsletter call-outs, stories. We're celebrating book list because we're not able to do a book list for each of these separately. These are all compiled together. There's an illustration of kind of what the header of that one looks like. This one was for January. You'll see Literacy Month, Lunar New Year, Martin Luther King. Those book lists is just one celebration of stories we're celebrating. Our story times and readers' advisories are going to be very heavily focused on making sure that we have have recognition of those particular months in the books that we're presenting, or in the books that you're looking for. If you come in looking for a cozy mystery or a romance, you're probably going to get a book that has characters that are going to be fall into those recognition areas. Book displays in children's, teens, and adults. Story walk. We're going to shoot for one program, and with all the programs we do, you might say, well, only one program, and that's because in the months where the performers are the highest demand, they're very, very difficult to get, and the price goes up tremendously. As an example, if I tried to get a performer for Lunar New Year, it would be just impossible. I'll try to get a lion dancer for Lunar New Year, and it would cost me through the roof. However, I could get that same performer at a different time of year. So you may see things that don't necessarily correspond with the month, and that's just cost and availability. We'll do our best to make sure that we have at least one program. If we can get more, we'll definitely do more. We have our little displays at all of our little digital displays throughout the library, different desks in the lobby. That'll show our stories we're celebrating. And then book list call-outs in our newspapers for months that have sort of multiple recognitions. We're just going to do our best to kind of juggle that as equally as we can amongst the different things we have. Things that are week-long are probably going to get a very small display. There may be some giveaway items because week-long things tend to be more library-related, and we have some, we usually get state or county giveaways. It'll have social media posts as well as the stories we're celebrating. If it's a single day, it's probably just going to get a social media post and be included in our stories we're celebrating book list. That's kind of where we're going there. Just do want to draw your attention to what I've got there on the screen as an example of what our social media post looks like, just so that you're very aware of it. This one was for International Holocaust Remembrance Day. It's the one in the upper right-hand corner, or the top picture there. This is kind of what we're going to go with in terms of sort of the format of how social media posts look this year coming from the library. We are going to highlight books from our collection, is keeping within the mission of what we do. So all of our posts are going to be very, very similar to this. They're going to see books that we're highlighting. So it's going to be a very book forward, very story forward type thing as it relates to library service. This is going to be true also if you've got things like Christmas or whatever. You're going to see a diverse range of characters, diverse range of people included in those books. I'm just making sure that you're amenable to that is what we have as our social media post as we move forward, that's going to fit with your expectations of being okay. We do tag the town to repost when we do a social media post. So the town usually picks up our post and they post it as well. I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. Is generally the way it works, to make sure that you're amenable to that also. That does mean that it's a very library-focused town post. So if you're not amenable to that and you'd like to see something in a different direction, that may be a diversion there. With that, I will wrap up and let you have any questions that you have.
Wow, you speak quickly.
Sorry, I know you got one more item, so.
No. Any comments or questions right now? I don't have any cards from the public. I did have a question. It is late. Hold on. Let me think. Okay. Oh, wait. So I do have a hand raised on Zoom. I'm going to open the public comment, seeing there's no questions. And Alicia if we can unmute her.
Hello, Leo Sanchemanyavu.
Hi.
My name is Alicia, Inepo Alicia Teac. I am an enrolled member of the Yaquis of Southern California, and I am also a Los Gatos resident. I'm calling in because I wanted to share my relief and happiness to see that if the library's holiday recognition and work plan is approved, that Native American Heritage Month will be added to the official Los Gatos calendar. And I would really like to thank Ryan Baker for his follow through on this issue, and also thank him for being a really great example of what being an ally looks and sounds like. I have read the library's holiday recognition and work plan, and I'm very excited to see a much more well-rounded and diverse calendar that more accurately portrays the diverse citizens of Los Gatos. I hope that the council votes to add these much-needed additions to our calendar. While I do enjoy seeing the books that are related to these events, I would also like to see these holidays very clearly celebrated by the entire town and not just the library. A clear and direct post on social media outlets by the town of Los Gatos would be really beautiful to see. I also hope that members of Los Gatos Town Council commit themselves to analyzing their own commitment to anti-racism training within themselves. If they are going to try and champion DEI efforts, they should learn more about identifying their own personal bias and also learn more about what a POC might face from the public if they speak out for equality. The pushback that I received in trying to have Native American Heritage Month honored still needs further evaluation. I have tried multiple times to speak through these issues, and I've been ignored. Earlier in the meeting, Maria Risto said something that stuck out to me. She said, through the lens of our senior citizens, we really learned about issues we needed to focus on. So with that, I would like to ask to please give more effort to look through the lens of our POC citizens and really listen to the issues that concern us. A separate concern that has come up is what happened at the library last week. I'm also concerned about the same instance that Falaki had spoken about earlier in this meeting, and I am also requesting that I can also have some more information about what occurred. It's to my understanding that something very serious went down at the library, and I have many questions regarding this incident, and I would also like someone to reach out if they can, the same way that they had offered that they would reach out to Falake. But thank you so much for all of the work that you all do. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope that DEI efforts in Los Gatos will be shown in works, not just words. Chiokoe etasia. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. I have no further hands. I have no cards, so I'm going to close the public comment and open this to council members. Councilmember Hires.
This isn't a question, but just a comment that I think the work that's been done here is really exemplary and really illustrates how the town can respond to various inputs of the community and take action. And I'm fully supportive of this work plan. I know it's late and I don't want to go into details about it, but I do want to say that I think this has been very important work for the town, and very much appreciate the work on behalf of the community.
I remembered one of the things I wanted to say, and then I'll call on Councilmember Rennie. I mean, in this report, one of the things that stuck out to me was, you know, this is a very comprehensive list. To me, the library is the town. I mean, it's all the town. You are the town of Los Gatos, you're our arm, and so I appreciate the social media campaign. But, and in here, the comment that the program and event advertising through social media is primarily through the newsletters, because with those newsletters, you have a measurable click and engagement rate of 16.4%, and Facebook and Instagram are like at 1% and under 1%. And you know, I know people get their information a variety of ways, but knowing that we reach people through our newsletter, and that can be much more comprehensive and enduring than social media. I like that it's enhanced by social media, but I think the primary way that I receive the information, and clearly a lot of people do, is through the newsletter. So I appreciate that additional work. Okay. Councilmember Rennie.
I just quickly also want to commend Mr. Baker and his staff for thorough work here. and kind of the breadth of all of the different holidays that you're trying to encompass. I appreciate that you can't, do everything evenly, but I appreciate that you try. As you mentioned in here, you don't have all the materials to do an equal amount for each one of those, and I appreciate that you're trying to do equal. But I'm also happy that you're moving forward, even though it's not going to be perfectly equal amount of give outs or displays for everything, and just generally appreciate all of the work. Why don't I just go ahead and make a motion to approve the library's holiday and recognition work plan to move us forward?
Thank you. Councilmember Moore, you had your hand up. Did you want to second this or make a
I
comment?
will second it. I also have a comment, but I can do it during the motion. Second.
Okay, we have a second, so now discussion, so go ahead and make your comment.
Perfect, thank you. So I just wanted to also applaud, but also highlight really quick this quote that's towards the end of the report here that says, the primary focus of the library's mission is to foster a diverse and inclusive community, should first and foremost be through conscientiously striving for equitable access to a large variety of books, etc. I think that's really, really important. And so with this, I think that as we move forward and we should not be shouldering the burden of all of the DEI work on the library. And so I applaud you for all the work that's been done. But I think the one comment I'll add is that once our DEI roadmap is finalized through the town manager's office, that we should continue looking at this, how we're doing this process, and whatever implementation task force or commission or whatever gets formed should continue to look at this. And that could even be something that gets kicked to the policy committee for kind of how we include these different cultural events. But yeah, that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Or I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed, so the motion passes 5-0. And now we will go back to the item that was pulled from the consent calendar, item number 9. And it looks like we'll be going to our...
Yeah, this is Gabrielle Whelan, Town Attorney, and I'll tag team with the Community Development Director. And so this item was pulled because there was a question about why the property owner was sharing in the appreciation of the property. And so to take a step back, so this unit is part of the town's below market program. And pursuant to that program, when the development comes in, a developer offers a minimum percentage of the units to be affordable. And those units that are designated as affordable have a recorded deed restriction. And the deed restriction dictates what happens with that property going forward. And so the deed restriction contains a formula for how the maximum resale price is derived. And in this instance, I believe that the town's property manager, House Keys, came up with the maximum resale price based on increases to the consumer price index since the unit was purchased originally. And there was about $90,000 worth of damage to the unit. And so the town is undertaking those repairs, but the cost of those repairs will be deducted from the proceeds that go to the seller. And so the town will not be out any money because then the unit will be resold to a new qualified buyer, and the new qualified buyer will pay the same as the maximum sales price. And there was one other thing I wanted to say, but that's it.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add, Director Paulson? Do any council members have questions of staff? And then I'll take public comment. Councilmember Hudes.
So did the owner, in fact, profit even after the deductions were made?
If I remember correctly, the purchase price was around $340. Or no, that's what we're buying it for. So, yeah.
So the short answer is yes, because it actually was an all-cash deal. So there is the appreciation that the town attorney mentioned, and then there's going to be the deductions that were mentioned, but we also need to make sure that the HOA fees, we think there might be some back fees that are due as well, which is going to shrink that number more and more. But there will be some. They would definitely receive proceeds, and part of those proceeds would be the CPI. That's the calculation that we use for our BMP program.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open public comment. I don't see any hands raised, and I do have a speaker. Okay, I have a card. Come on up, Mr. Fago.
Just answer the question about the differential between the what the town is paying, the cost to the town for the repairs that on the building. It's estimated at $80,000 in repairs. Who knows if that's going to be the real number? The owner failed to pay the homeowners association fee and failed to pay property taxes. The total for all of that, in my calculations, was about $92,000. And so the homeowner therefore is going to gain about $95,000 on the house at the price that the town is going to pay. So I think that answers the question that came up.
Okay, thank you. I will now close verbal communications or public comment on this item and open it up to council members for a motion. Councilmember Rennie.
I pulled this because I thought it wasn't clear in the staff report that the town wasn't going to lose money on this. So and that was described very well in the opening. And so that's really what I wanted to get out. So I'm going to make the motion that we adopt the resolution in attachment 1, approving a purchase and sale agreement in substantially the form presented for the repurchase of an affordable housing unit subject to an existing below market price first right of refusal option for property located at 137 Bersano Lane, APN 424-29054, and authorize the town manager to negotiate and execute all agreements and documents necessary to preserve, I probably should be preservation of the affordable housing unit, and authorize revenue and expenditure budget adjustments in the amount of $436,276 from the available BMP housing in lieu fee fund to repurchase, repair, and pay past due fees and taxes on the property.
Thank you. I'll second the motion. Any discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? The motion passes 5-0. Any other comments from staff? With that, this meeting is adjourned.